What is up, everyone? Welcome back to some more Higurashi. In the previous recording session, um, things started to take a turn for the worse, as I expected. The day of the festival came along. Shion, being the no good influence that she is, dragged Keiichi over to the storehouse where Tomitake and Takano were waiting to break in and do a little snooping. And Shion and Keiichi got dragged into that, and then lo and behold, the next day we find out that Tomitake and Takano are dead. Though this time we know that Takano is dead, right? Tomitake died in the same way he did in chapter 1. Takano, however, we know for a fact she's dead, right? That wasn't the case in the first chapter. This is definitely a new twist onto this chapter specifically. So now Takano is dead. So this means there's been 2 deaths, but no one's disappeared. At least that was the case at first, because then the next day we discover the mayor went missing. And it's kind of thrown everyone for a loop because both Shion and Keiichi thought like they would be the ones to go, right? But all of a sudden it's the mayor that goes missing. And like Mion's really ruffled up about this. Mion didn't want this to happen. For a while, Keiichi did a good job of not spilling the beans, but unfortunately Rika came along, and I guess just no one can say no to Rika. Keiichi ended up, at first he was like trying to talk in code, but eventually ended up just spilling the beans anyway about like he snuck in there with Shion. And Rika said she would help. We don't know what that means, we don't know what that entails, but she said she would help. And Rika herself said that like it should be like someone like Shion should be the next to be punished, whatever that means. But she says she'll help Keiichi as long as Keiichi just acts normal and avoids Mion, right? And even Rika was like, we can't be doing no more club activities, right? And so she says, so Rika herself is the one that bails out that day about like, nah, I'm just not feeling it, up to it. I'm curious about how long that's gonna last, right? Because I mean, what the events, all the madness that happens in chapter 1, right? That all happens, I think, within less than a week, or like maybe just a week. I think it was like 6 days, like within a week of the actual festival. So I'm curious how long we're gonna be able to keep up the charade of no club activities and make it seem normal, right? Because maybe one day Rika's not feeling it. Maybe the next day Keiichi's not feeling it. Maybe the day after that we get lucky and Mion's not feeling that. But like, how long are we gonna keep that up before Mion gets suspicious of what's happening, right? Or even before Reina and Satoko start to question what's happening, right? I'm very curious how that's gonna go. I'm also curious because they theorize since 2 people died, that means now 2 people have to disappear. I'm very curious who the second person's going to be then. I keep thinking it's going to be one of the twins, right? One of the twins either has to be the one. I was thinking anyway that one of the twins would have to be one of the ones who either die or to either disappear, and then we're left with trying to decide which twin do we actually have. And, like trying to decipher like from what we know of their mannerisms and whatnot, trying to figure out for ourselves which twin this might be. And there's still room for that to happen. Like I said, the theory is that one more is supposed to disappear, so it could happen. Though at this point, it doesn't seem like that's the dilemma we're going to be facing in this chapter. Maybe that's something we see later down the road. But as per usual, I'm very interested to see how things start to play out. So without further ado, let's jump back into it, shall we? After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika-chan anything and everything. She'd seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? See, that's what I was saying. I was getting on his ass about that. I'm like, I know it's Rika, I know it's the sweet little girl, but I also know Rika, she's big brained, alright? She knows how to make big moves. She knows how to play people, alright? She's a little sweetheart, but also she's a master manipulator, alright? So that's part of what I was saying last time. It's like you got some people trying to like offer assistance, but can you truly trust that assistance? And that's been like a theme within this chapter. I've noticed that like at first we thought we could trust Shion, but then she's turned out to be a mischievous little shit. But then like eventually we started feeling more sympathetic towards her, and now with and now post festival, Mion seems a bit untrustworthy. We don't know if we can actually fully trust her because of her connections and of what we did. Meanwhile, the same thing with Rika. It's like she seems trustworthy, but we just don't know if we can fully trust that. Whereas in chapter 1, like for the majority of the chapter, it felt like Oishi was like the guy in our corner that's like, if there's one person we can like bank on, even if he's got his own motives, we can trust in that guy enough to like rely on him a bit. And like now I'm not even sure of that in this chapter. Like trust is a hard thing to come by in this chapter. The more I look back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths, but she spoke of them as if she were a concerned party. After all this time, in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? Probably. Because that's another thing, is that Keiichi kind of, slipped up and said something that Rika herself wasn't implying. Because at no point did Rika imply that multiple people had snuck in to the storehouse, right? Her little metaphor she was using was that a cat had snuck into the storehouse and made a mess, right? That was her little code she was using. And even after she directly acknowledged Takano and Tomitake, there was only one cat that broke into the storehouse, right? So she was just kind of putting pressure on Keiichi, and Keiichi's the one that folded and said, what about Shion? He directly mentioned Shion's name, directly implicating her in what they did. They should have continued to feign ignorance. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, clearly she knows enough to where, like, it doesn't really matter if you come clean or not. But then again, that was kind of the case with Mion and Oishi, who also pressed us. The thing about Mion and Oishi is neither of them pressed us about the storehouse specifically. They just kind of asked, were we with the group that, specifically Takano and Tomitake, that got murdered, right? Because they want to know how connected we are to those two. Whereas Rika was directly questioning us about the storehouse. So I can kind of see why Keiichi might get a little weak there, because Rika's pressing him with more details than the other two had. But still, like, I think it was a mistake to throw Shion under the bus like that. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. True, but also I can't blame him too much, right? Because he's struggling to keep the secret in, especially after two people are dead, the mayor goes missing, he's dealing with all this pressure, right? And now Rika's here and she's the fourth person to start questioning him on this, and she's coming with more details. Like, I can't be too mad homeboy reached a breaking point. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly, a knock. I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was.
Keiichi, さっきから呼んでるぞ。電話だ。園崎さんから。
It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door.
園崎さんって姉妹
そんなの自分で出て聞きなさい。
I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again.
もしもし、ミオンかシオンか。
私です。シオンです。こんばんは。
Now, that's a dangerous move to already off rip, Keiichi. I'm not gonna lie. Is this Mion or Shion? When you specifically told Mion that, like, you hadn't really seen Shion at all at the festival, like, maybe I'd seen her in passing and whatnot. Like, obviously Mion knew you were bullshitting, but, like, if you're trying to maintain your story, you should just answer the phone and be like, yo, who am I talking to, right? And then when they go, oh, it's me, here's my name, right? Then you're like, oh, okay, I know who I'm talking with now. I know what I can be open about. You shouldn't ask them up front who you're talking to. You shouldn't give them the names like, are you this one or this one? You should say, hey, who is you? And then when they reply, then it's like, okay. So now they're not trying to play me. Because for all we know, now that you came in with, are you Mion or Shion? It could have been Mion going, oh, he thinks this might be Shion. This might be my chance to press him for some info. Yeah, this is Shion. I'm just saying, these twins always cause trouble. The moment twins are in the story, are always causing trouble. I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion, who I hope so desperately would call me back last night.
シオン、その、ゆうべはすまなかった。つい興奮して。
I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end.
俺もシオンも一方的に責めるような言い方をしてもうしない。謝るから。
機嫌を直したから電話したんです。後悔したなら許してあげますから。もう謝るのをやめてください。
Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment she said she'd forgive me.
ケイちゃんの言うように、私たちは運命共同体なんです。互いの無事の確認が自分たちの安全の唯一の保証なんです。
ああ、それについてはどう？
だから私たちは互いの知っている情報を共有する必要があります。
See? It's shit like this that makes me think we're getting played. We need to share any information with each other. Whatever you know, you need to tell me. Like, that's why I'm like, I feel like we're getting played here.
高野さんたちみたいな死に方をしないために。
Nope. I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of
で
saliva.
は、昨日の続きを話します。もう怒らないで聞いてくれますよね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
まず、私たちが思っている以上に、最後殿に忍び込んだことは禁忌、タブーだったみたいです。
Takano-san told me Taki-san's miserable ends, terrible enough that you could call them a warning. They're more than enough to make me believe that.
犯人たちは最後殿を怪我した首謀格のあの二人を殺し、次に私たちを狙います。否定したいでしょうが、これを認めてください。失踪してから認めてももう遅いんですよ。
わかった。用心に越したことはないからな。
私も本当は認めたくありません。あんな拷問道具の博覧会を覗き見したことがあんな殺され方をする理由になるなんて絶対に信じたくない。
That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven.
互いに何か気になることがあったら互いの持つ小さな断片を合わせていけば、ひょっとすると高野さんたちを殺した、いえ、今年の事件に限らない過去の連続事件を解決する鍵が見つかるかもしれません。
確かにそうだ。
All I was doing was waiting in fear, but Shion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being.
では、まずは言い出した私からいきます。最近、誰かに監視されているような気がします。
え？
と言っても、気のせいかもしれません。でも、今は気のせいだと思っていますけど、これは気のせいじゃないのかもしれませんから。
そういうこと、少なくとも俺の方は大丈夫だ。
I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say that everything was
そう
fine.
ですか。では気のせいということにしますが、ケイちゃんも注意してください。特に一人で表を歩くときは、細心の注意を払ってください。私は沖宮ですから、一人きりになることはそうそうありませんが、一人ぼっちになることも多いはずです。特に注意してください。
そうだな。ああ、気をつけるよ。
それから、お姉なんですが、何か変わった様子はありませんか？
お姉って、ミオンのことか。変わった様子って。
Oh, come on, Keiichi. Come on, Keiichi. You know damn sure she's acting strangely. No matter what Shion's definition is, you know she's not acting normal.
先日、私、お姉に渡流しの夜の所在について問いただされました。
え？それは俺もだよ。一昨日かな。ミオンに聞かれた。
やっぱりですか。私は、ケイちゃんは
同じだよ。ごまかした。
Will just gave a quiet sigh of relief.
渡流しの晩以降、お姉の様子は用心に越したことはありませんので、注意してくださいね。
Mion was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of the Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary. No, she has. Because she's all tired and stressed out and shit. Because of the business with the mayor. And it's kind of put her on edge. Maybe you should mention that. Like, you should probably mention the mayor to Shion. She's worried that both of y'all are next. But if you say, hey, someone's already disappeared, then it's like, now you both got some information to work with. Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird. Maybe it was such a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice. I don't know, it seems pretty fucking obvious to me.
わかった。少し用心するよ。帰り道は必ずレナも一緒だから、二人きりになるってこともそうそうないしな。
用心してください。気になることがあったら
わかった。
では、ケイちゃんの方では何か私に話すことはありませんか？
Tell her about the mayor. My turn. That's right. Maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same question at the library. Okay, that too. That too. Report on Oishi's line of questioning. But also mention the mayor. Also mention that this high-profile person within Hinamizawa has gone missing.
あ、ケイちゃんが逃げ遅れたあの時の話ですね。
ああ、大石さんにかなり強い口調で聞かれたよ。あの晩、高野さんたちと一緒にいなかったか、シオンに会わなかったかって、大石さんは俺たちが4人一緒にいたところを見ていたようだった。
警察にしてみれば、高野さんたちが最後に会った人間ということになりますからね。私たちに興味を持つのは、ある意味当然でしょうね。
こっちもごまかしたけど、かえって興味を持たれたかもしれない。
There's no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Oishi-san. My troubled countenance would have only made him even more certain.
なあ、シオン、警察なら行っちゃってもいいんじゃないのか？
Geichi, listen. I know you're in Japan, but let me tell you, Japan's got their fair share of corrupt cops as well. Myself, as an American, alright, my first thought is, fuck cops, don't tell them shit.
む
Like,
しろ俺たちの状況を思えば、警察を味方につけるのはプラスだと思うぞ。
see, there you go. You're assuming they're on your side. I can already tell from the whole situation that's been put in front of me that the Okonomiya police aren't quite clean. That there's some politicians that are keeping things pushed down, keeping things covered up. Alright? She didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it.
そういえば大石さんはミオンに何らかの嫌疑がある。うん、確かにそう言ってた。
昨日も話しました通り、園崎家はひなみ沢に強い影響力を持って大石は一連の連続開始事件を園崎本家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行だと疑っていますから。
園崎家が中心になった村ぐるみの犯行？
Please, don't get angry like you did yesterday, and just listening. I hammered that home before I got too upset. Why would you get upset about that? That's like the natural conclusion to
ひなみ
draw.
沢のダム闘争の時、リーダーシップを期待された神主
Don't
が
get
あ
upset
まりに
about
日
that
和見出
statement.
したので、園崎本家が首謀格になって決起したんです。
It's like she didn't even say that is the case. She just said like, oh, that's Oishi's theory. And for some reason that alone pissed him off so much. Like, goddamn kid, keep your hormones in check. Fuck.
戦いの歴史についてはお姉から聞いてますよね。
When did she tell us that? She must have told us that like school or something and I just misremembered. Because I could have sworn everything I've heard about the dam project came from when Shion stuck up for me outside of the restaurant when we were dealing with those delinquents. I'm pretty sure that's when I thought it had happened. Because I was like, oh wow, why did all these people band together? And then she went into her whole history lesson about like, you know, the people of Hinamizawa and how strongly connected they are. When did Mion tell us this? Clearly it must have been a situation where it was definitely Mion and only could have been Mion. So I can only assume it was something at school or something. I genuinely do not remember when this happened. When Mion told us about the dam situation.
ああ、ひなみ沢全体で一丸となって戦ったんだろう。デモをしたり、裁判に訴えたり、テレビに出たり。
実際はもっともっと過激なこともたくさん行われたんです。園崎本家が水面下でさまざまな違法な抵抗活動を行ったと言われてます。
違法な抵抗活動？
例えば夜中に建設現場に忍び込み、機材を盗んだり壊したり、建設重機のガソリンタンクに角砂糖を入れたりとか。
ガソリンタンクに砂糖？なんでそんな。
知らないんですか？戦争中にフランスの地下組織なんかがやった典型的なゲリラ活動ですよ。砂糖を入れるとエンジンが焦げついて壊れちゃうんですよ。
That's pretty bad though, isn't it? Yeah, it's almost like she said they were doing something illegal. Dumbass. It was destruction of property and nothing less. Wow. I'm surprised. She said they did something illegal and then described an illegal activity. Goddamn. It cannot be. Wow.
建設現場への監視が強化されると、今度は工事の重要な立場にある人間への攻撃に変更されました。例えば工事を認可した役人たちにはさまざまな脅迫が行われました。それは県庁の役人だけでなく建設省の偉い役人にまで及んだそうです。聞いた話では子供の誘拐までやったとか。
Whoa. Fuck.
誘拐？
ええ、建設省のひなみ沢ダムを担当する偉い人の子供が神隠しにあったんですよ。で、ある日突然ひなみ沢のもっと上流の高津戸の山中で保護されまして、犯行声明はなかったって言われてるんですけど、ダム工事を中止するようにとの脅迫があったのではないかとささやく。他にも枚挙にいとまがないほどの脅迫の話
Well,
があります。
goddamn. No wonder Oishi thinks they're fucking Yakuza. Jesus.
それは確かにちょっとやばいな。
That's sort of bad, isn't it? She mentions fucking pouring sugar in the gas tanks, and he's like, that's insane. That's destruction of property. She mentions a kidnapping. He's like, oh, that's kind of bad, isn't it? Huh? Jesus Christ. Your mind, Keiichi. I honestly don't want to know how it works, actually. Oh my god. What the fuck is
そ
wrong
んな
with
さ
you?
なかだったんですよ。第一の事件、現場監督のバラバラ殺人があったのは、園崎家が主犯格の男を買収したのではとささやかれてますが、何しろ今日も逃走中ですからね。
When you put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seems suspicious. I mean, they've been suspicious from the jump,
私
but
封
go
じで
on.
消したんじゃないかって大石は思ってるみたいです。当然ですね。身内である私ですら園崎本家の暗躍があったのではないかと思ってるくらいですから。
それを俺に信じろってのか？ミオンの園崎本家がそんな悪いことをやってきたと信じろというのか？
No, she's presenting the big theory. She's not telling you what to believe. She's putting things out there, right? Maybe they're what she believes. Maybe they're what Yo's float around the rumor mill. She's not telling you, hey, this is the truth, believe it. You have to make your own decisions, Keiichi. You can't just accept the words from everyone else. When someone says, no, this happened, you don't just go, oh, okay. You sit with what they say, you think about why they might say it, you put a little thought into it, and you try to form your own conclusions based on all the information you get from people around you. She goes, well, here's one of the popular theories. Oh my god, is that the truth? Like, fucking Christ, Keiichi. I hate teenagers, man.
ケイちゃんが信じなくても村人たちは信じてます。自分たちが綺麗な抵抗運動をする陰で園崎家が汚い抵抗運動をしてくれた。自分たちの矢面に立って戦ってくれたんだってみんな思ってます。ですか たらちょっとしたダークヒーローとして崇められているんですよね。私が知っているのは本当に一部だけだと思います。例えば誘拐なんかの特にヤバい話は当主のバッチャーを含めほんの数人しか知らされてないと思います。
See, that makes sense. That's one that's been kept real on the down low. That's why we didn't hear about it at all in the first chapter, because that's like some real privileged information that like they definitely wouldn't want floating around out there.
園崎家は秘密主義ですから。
秘密主義か。
A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. The Sonozaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin, Mion, was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain.
そういった違法な抵抗運動の中心として年少ながら活躍したのがお姉でした。
ミオンがどういうことだよ。
うちのお父さんヤクザの大物ですから。
Oh. Okay. Dad, just throwing it out there. Our dad's a big shot Yakuza. Just outright admitting that, huh? Okay. That's wild.
年少のお姉でも若い柄の悪いのを何人も従えることができました。で、様々な嫌がらせや妨害をやってのけたんです。
ミオンが。
今はなんだかのんびりした雰囲気だから、器物破損から脅迫、暴行まで一通りこなして何度も補導されたんですよ。子供ですからすぐに釈放してもらえたみたいですけどね。お姉は自分の年齢が武器になることを知ってたみたいです。
It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she'd already been known for her craftiness.
笑い事じゃないです。真剣になってください。
悪い。そんなつもりじゃ。
She had gotten pretty angry at me.
まあ、そんな不良娘だったお姉もいつの間にかそのだけ本家の重鎮。
Because they look at the two twins and they go, oh, this one right here has the balls to do what it takes.
大石がバラバラ殺人以降の事件を疑いたくなるのもまあ無理ないことです。
Well, yeah, now that you've just straight up admitted that your dad's a fucking big part of the Yakuza, yeah, no, it's hard not to be like, well, yeah, anything, fucking intense that happens in or around Hinamizawa, it's probably the Sonozakis. They're connected to the fucking Yakuza. For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion, dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the dam construction project hell. As the successor to the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I know? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person.
まあ、話をもお姉が注意に値する存在であることは理解してもらえたと思う。注意してください。
I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. Don't do this shit again, Keiichi. God damn it. Don't get so fucking obstinate you start snapping at Shion. I swear to fucking God, if you start doing some shit like, no, there's no way. That Mion could never be like that. Why would you put down your sister like that? She's been a great friend. Why couldn't possibly be Mion? You're lying. Like, I swear to God, if you start going down that fucking rabbit hole again, She would never do something to back me in a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she said it in a mean way or anything. Bullshit. Her eyes did the thing. Her eyes did the thing. That's when you know she's gone fucking villain mode. Her eyes, brother.
わかった。気をつけるようにするよ。
私とお姉は血のつながった姉妹ですが、私とはとても遠い存在だということを認識してください。
That's the thing. I still don't entirely know what your position is. Right? Your position is different from hers, but you still live in Okinomiya and you still are like somewhat protected, right? because you had a guy that kind of, I don't know, is bodyguard the right word, man? But like some kind of chaperone, right? Like you clearly got people around you, and maybe it's just for appearances. Maybe they really don't give a fuck about you like that. But it's like, we're not just gonna hang one of our own out to dry like this. We're still gonna like throw him a bone here and like act like we give a fuck about this one. But like, I still don't entirely know what your position is. You're clearly not as high up on the food chain as Mion is. That's very clear, just from the fact that you not being in Hinamizawa and you not really being dialed into all the goings on of the family. But like, I still don't entirely know what role you play for sure. The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. That's bullshit. She is very dangerous and reckless. You just always saw it as fun and games, but it's very clear from watching the way she acts, especially when it comes to those punishment challenges, whenever that's on the line, she can be a very dangerous person. Like I said, up to this point, it's only been, lighthearted goofs, right? Oh, she made you dress up in a maid outfit and follow her home. Right? Lighthearted goofs. However, it's very clear she knows how to manipulate, she knows how to get what she wants, and she knows how to get a little reckless on occasion. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I'd realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. Okay, for 2, Reina is the best friend ever, alright? Fucking, what are you on about, brother? What the fuck do you mean all of a sudden Mion is who you give a fuck about? Like, don't get it twisted. I like Mion, alright? There's a reason why, before the festival started and Shion was being all mischievous and shit, I was trying to tell that bitch to get stepping because, like, I fuck with Mion. I like her. I don't think it's a problem that Keiichi likes her, but to call her the best friend as if Reina ain't right there, that's mad disrespectful. That's mad disrespectful. If you were to say around one of the best friends ever, then I could be like, all right, yeah, she's one of the best friends you could have. But like, your best friend in this whole situation, in this entire village, you just gonna do Reina like that? That's for shame. To doubt her. The idea was very sad and painful.
大石の件ですが、ケイちゃんがいいと判断するなら、必要な情報を与えてもいいと思います。
Pause?
やはり警察を味方につけるのは、
Keiichi
私
might
た
have
ち
said
に有
that.
利に働くと思います。
やっぱりシオンもそう思うか。
ただ、今説明した通り、園崎の人間はそも特に大石は、園崎家が丸ごと連続事件の黒幕だと。
So he might not trust any information that comes out of Shion. That's fair.
それはもちろん私も含めてです。
Yeah.
ですから、私はあまり大石には関わりたくないんです。
I see. If Oishi-san had found out about the Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last, I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san.
どうせバレてはいるんですが、一応私の名前を伏せておいてください。
Try not to give my name out.
それだけ守ってくれれば、大石には何を話しても問題ないと思います。
わかった。伏せるようにするよ。
警察の捜査力は、今の私たちにはとても心強い武器になると思います。大石が興味深い話をしたら、
ああ、もちろんだ。情報は互いに交換し、研究し合おう。高野さんたちを殺したのは誰、そして俺たちをね、それがわかるまで。
あとはありますか？大石に聞かれたこと以外は。
Bring up the mayor.
身に起こったことは、どんな些細なことでも
Bring
聞い
up
て
the
ください。
mayor. Aside from my discussion with Oishi-san? Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? I mean, it's probably not going to end well. She's probably going to get really pissed about that. But hey, don't you think there's something that happened in between there? Don't you think there's something that happened in between your conversation with Oishi and your conversation with Rika? I feel like there's a pretty big incident that happened in between there. I get right now you don't realize that that's probably connected to everything going on, but like, it's probably worth mentioning. Oh, hey, the fucking mayor disappeared. Like, it's only been one day, so like you're not too like worried about it, but it seems to be something that's clearly weighing on Mion, right? You're thinking about Mion this whole time, about how like, I don't think she's acting different at all. She seems like the same old Mion. But like, you know, you're bringing up Rika in your conversation there. Rika herself even pointed out that Mion's in a bad spot right now. She's in a bad place due to the mayor not being here. Like, that's the thing. That's the also another thing. He's like, I can't believe Shion's telling me not to trust Mion, who's like my best friend. When Rika said the same shit, Rika's like, you should avoid Mion right now. It would not be wise for you to be around Mion any more than you have to be. You don't question that at all. But when the second person tells you that, then it's like, how dare you suggest such a thing? Rika was acting like she knew something I didn't. And she probably does. Mention the mayor first. Because I'm almost sure that if you bring up your conversation with Rika, Shion's gonna get pissed. It might end with her hanging up on you. Tell her about the mayor. For fuck's sake. She told me to leave it to her. But what? That's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? Yes. We've already covered that. Felt like Shion would get angry. Yes.
何もないんですか?
Mention the mayor.
ケイちゃん?
I'd remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead.
ないようでしたら、私から聞きたいんですけど。
Pissing me off, Keiichi. Pissing me off.
私もついさっき聞いたんですが、君吉のおじいちゃんが行方不明になったって。
Well, thank God it's big enough news that she heard about it. Hey, so about this major event, is that true? This big major happening? Is that true? Oh my God, Keiichi. The old man Kimiyoshi. My gut told me that was the name of the mayor.
村長さんのことか。なんだシオン。聞いてないのか?
Wait, you haven't heard? No shit! She's in Okinomiya, you dumbass! Fucking Christ, Keiichi! Well, you didn't hear about that? That's all I've been hearing about. I figured you would have known for sure. It's almost like she doesn't live in the same village you do. It's almost like they're trying not to have this information spread around. It's almost like that's the reason Mion's been on like high alert the last day. Like, what? God damn it. Fuck, this kid is so goddamn stupid.
何も知らないです。お父さんが電話でそう話してるの、また盗み聞いただけですから。
I realize I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, the things that happen around this time when Oyashiro-sama's curse would recur would all be covered up. Oh, about time you fucking realize that.
ああ、実はな、昨べ会合の後、家に帰ってこないとかで村中で探したみたいだけど、まだ見つかったって話は聞かないな。警察も探してるはずなんだけど。なんで
そんな大事な話を先にしてくれなかったんですか?
No shit. God, you have a right to get pissed off about that. Fucking hell. That's what I'm saying. This whole time I'm sitting here like, fucking tell her about the mayor. Tell her about the mayor. She has anything important happen. Tell her about the mayor. Oh, the mayor? Oh yeah, no, he went missing. No one can find him. Yeah, that just happened. Oh my God. She shouted angrily at me, bring all her emotion to bear.
悪い。もう知ってると思ってたんだよ。
Keiichi.
隠す気なんかなかった。
The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? It'd be fucking deserved. You stupid fuck.
おい、シオン。
ケイちゃん、私どうしよう。
Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago.
どうした話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ。
Shion hesitated for a long while, but then she
ご
confessed.
めん、ちょっと言うのが前後したっていう。
俺たちは仲間だろ。怒ったりしないから正直に話せよ。
Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then, in a resigned voice, she continued.
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
What the fuck? What the fuck? This whole time I get pissed off at Keiichi for spilling everything to Rika. And you already fucking folded before Keiichi did. What the fuck? That's some bullshit. I'm trying to be like, nah, we can't fucking throw Shion under the bus like that. We can't fuck her over like that. Lo and behold, she already done fucked us over. Motherfucker. Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. I mean, fair. He's sitting with this fucking weight on his chest about telling Rika everything, and she comes out and is like, I told someone everything. It's like, oh, thank God. Thank God I'm not the asshole in this situation. Oh, fuck. Shion had done the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in as gentle voice as I could, so as not to set her off, I responded.
君吉のじいさんってのはシオンにとって。
はい、私のこと小さい頃から本当に可愛がってくれて。
Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained.
私、いつも意地悪なことをしてたのに、いつもニコニコと笑って、私の言うことは何でも聞いてくれて、本当に優しい人だったのに。
落ち着けよ。別に死んでしまった。そんな簡単に諦めるなよ。
Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing.
村長さんに私、最後でに忍び込んだこと、打ち明けたんです。
The same night. Okay.
誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
村長さんは高野さんたちがまともじゃない死に方をしたの。
はい、知っていました。あの二人がお社様のたたりで死んだから、私はその怒りを鎮める生贄にされるんじゃない。本当に率直に言いました。
ああ、それで
君吉のおじいちゃん、そしてにっこり笑って、シオンちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
Oh. Did he fucking somehow strike a deal or something, make it so that he was the one who would be taken in her place? And that's why she's so fucking upset about it. She's sitting here thinking it should have been her, and now he's gone. Fuck.
本当に笑いながら。
Fuck, that is actually really rough. Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika-chan taught me that too. If someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in.
私のせいです。私が。
よせよ、シオンのせいじゃない。
私のせいなんです。
I mean, it probably is, yeah.
私が君吉のおじいちゃんがだから殺されてしまったに違いだって。打ち明けてすぐ打ち明けて大丈夫って言ってくれたその晩に消えてしまったって。
He found out. So he became involved.
話すんじゃなかった。これは全部私たち4人の3人に話してはいけないことだったんです。話したから殺されてしまった。だから殺されてしまった。打ち明けたから。
おい待てよ。そんなやつなら打ち明けた村長を殺す前に お前から先に殺すに決まってるじゃないか。順番が違うよ。殺されるなら俺かシオンが先、他の奴らが先に死ぬ。
順番はあります。私たちを一番最後に殺すつもりに違いないんです。
は？
What sense does that make?
殺さないで。親しい人たちから順々に殺していて、散々悲しい思いをさせた後に殺す、そういう狙いに違いないんです。
No, that don't make no goddamn sense. Girl, I know you're very hysterical, you're going through a lot right now, but that don't make no goddamn sense. Like, we saw what happened to Keiichi in the first chapter, like, that, no. They don't kill the people he's close to. Otherwise, fuck, they would have ended up killing Reina off, because that's the actual best friend, just to put that out there again. But also his parents were, well, we don't know if his parents were fine. We know his parents left. Well, no, we do know his parents were fine because in the police report after Keiichi's death, they talked to the parents, so the parents were fine. So it's not like they took out his parents to make him feel worse about himself before they took him out. Like, and even if we didn't know the events of Chapter 1, that doesn't make sense because if we think about the previous incidents, that just doesn't make sense. Even if we believe that this year they're doubling up, right? They killed 2 people, so they're gonna disappear 2 more. Like, it doesn't make sense that before they make you disappear, they're also gonna hurt people you care about, right? Especially someone who's, who seems somewhat integral to Hinamizawa, such as the mayor. Feels like that's a pretty big leap to make. Oh, well, she was close to the mayor, so I guess we gotta get rid of him. It's gonna cause a big disruption in the village. It's gonna cause a lot of, stress on the villagers and whatnot, but I mean, he did talk to Shion, so, like, no, your line of logic ain't logicking here.
落ち着けって。シオンは今ショックを受けて、村長の失踪は無関係だ。高野さんたちの死とも全く関係ないんだ。
Okay, you're trying too hard to reel her back. You're just spewing bullshit. My words came out as a scream, as if I was shouting them at myself. She repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, a cold arm reached out, so cold it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill. A freezing cold, numbingly frigid. It was an inviolable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything, so he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, those even repetitions took on a meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine.
リカちゃんだ。
今
俺も実はリカちゃんに今日。
リカちゃんってフルデ神社のリカちゃん。
そうだよ。俺もどうしようもなくリカちゃんに。
そうしたらリカちゃまはなんて。
She said she would take care of it. The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said, and then she smiled. She smiled, just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Shion.
ごめん、俺。
そんなに心配でしたらぜひ安否を確認してみてください。
ああ、そうさせてもらう。
You're gonna go run around outside in the dark at night? That's so, like, I get it. You're worried about your homie after what happened to Shion, but...
また明日もこのくらいの時間に連絡します。それをもって私の安否確認としてください。
わかった。待ってる。じゃあな。すまん。切るぞ。
Put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad.
くそ無事でいてくれリカちゃん
So you're not gonna do anything about it? You ended your conversation with Shio and you're like, I'm sorry, I have to go. I'm so worried about Rika. Oh, okay. Please find out if she's safe. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to bed. Like, what was all that about? Anyway, new tips, I guess. Scrapbook 8. The three families in modern times. As previously described, the Three Families Council today is a mere shell of democracy. In reality, it is a dictatorship run by the Sonozaki family. Both the Kimiyoshi and Hurure families are far from their former glory. It doesn't seem at all like they've maintained the ancient traditions. Only the Sonozaki family has retained their glory from the past and has inherited many colorful traditions from the age known as Onagahuchi village. Even the most recent, verifiable example of Watanagashi that occurred at the end of the Meiji era seems to have been done under the orders of the Sonozaki family. Refer to the three families' genealogical tree from the late Meiji. After the start of the Meiji era, God, why do I keep saying area? Fuck. Era. The Sonozaki family wanted to push the development of Hinamizawa village, so they took a strong role in leadership. During the Dam Wars a few years ago, the Kimiyoshi family served as the chair of the opposition alliance, but this was in name only. In actuality, the Sonozaki family reigned as leader behind the scenes. People whisper that perhaps the Kimiyoshi family dictated acts of opposition that could be publicized, and the Sonozaki family enacted those which could not. Even in Hinamizawa, they whisper that the multitude of unsettling incidents reported during the dam protests, such as the kidnapping of the famous head of the Ministry of Construction's son, had been carried out by the Sonozakis. Additionally, they say that perhaps the Sonozaki family's secret maneuvering was responsible for the serial freak death incidents that have continuously occurred in recent years as well. The serial freak death incidents are without a doubt the second coming of the traditional Watanagashi. They must be enacting the Watanagashi on the day of the original Watanagashi, which has fallen to the level of an ordinary village festival, in order to remind the villagers of the holy laws of Onagahuchi village. It's safe to assert that exploring the Sonozaki family is the fastest route for researching it today. If I can expose the contents of the Hurure Shrine storehouse, I'd like to narrow my research target to the Sonozaki family next. The Sonozaki house is strictly guarded by security cameras on the premises, but thankfully I've become acquainted with the sisters Mion, the next heir, and Shion. I want this to be a breakthrough I can connect to my next line of research. So it seems Takano is trying to crack the case and blow it wide open. Their punishment isn't over? Oh ho ho.
いえいえ、気にしないでくださいよ。なぜか年計のガソリンスタンドの請求書に化けちゃうんですよ。だから遠慮しないでもう一杯飲んでいけばいいのに。
The man, red-faced, waved his hand to say that he'd had enough and disappeared into the brilliant neon lights in front of the station.
クマちゃんも勉強しといてくださいよ。謙虚な人が結局一番長生きするんです。
さっきの話。
さて、それはわからないですけどね。
そんなのが村長を狙う動機になりうるんすかね。
クマちゃん、いつも言ってるでしょ。動機ってのはその本人に十分でありさえすれば足りるんです。価値観の違いをよく考えなくちゃ。あ、お母さん、もう一杯ください。
They've been suppressing the information. Tomitaki and Takato's deaths were already known throughout Hinamizawa. All the rumors pointed to them having incurred the wrath of Yashiro-sama for setting foot in the Forbidden Temple, the storehouse for ritual implements. According to the rumors, there were two other people who went in there with them, Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maibara. People were whispering in the shadows that those two would be cursed by Yashiro-sama as well. Apparently, however, the responsibility didn't fall solely on the four trespassers' shoulders. Until last year it was locked up tight, but this year it had been changed to a simpler lock. And that been what allowed thieves to enter so easily? Those were the rumors going around.
クマちゃんは見たことありませんか。私はずいぶん前。
すみません。ちょっと思い出せないっす。
そりゃもう、おっかないくらいに厳重に施錠してありましてね。重そうな缶抜きで、どっかりと塞がれていて。
Oh, trying to tell me it was a setup? It was a setup? What were they just looking for someone to continue the festival traditions, right? So they knew that Takano and Tomitaki, they were kind of interested and whatnot. They knew they were asking questions, looking into history and whatnot. So like, yeah, you know what? Ease up on security on the storehouse. Just throw a fucking padlock on there. That should be enough, right? Did they set them up? Was it all a trap from the jump? So that they could have some kind of excuse to fucking do what they did?
まるで大金庫みたいに厳重な蔵だったんですよ。
This year was a very simple and cheap padlock. The lone girl protecting the shrine, Rika Furude, disliked heavy locks and consulted with the mayor. Oh. Who had replaced it with a simpler padlock.
だから村長とフルデリカも同罪ってことなんですか？だとしたら村長に続いてフルデリカもまずいじゃないですか。
Okay. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Shion's line of logic of like, oh, I told them about it. Like, no, the reason the mayor and Rika are targets are because their involvement is what made it easier for those two to actually break in. Okay. That is then quite the coincidence that those are the two that Shion and Keiichi ended up spilling to. And that's why Rika looked so distraught when we found her. And that's why they said similar things to each person that, told to them. They said, don't worry, I'll take care of it, or some variation of that, right? Because they kind of already knew that they themselves were fucked. They kind of already knew that they were already in a rough spot, and that they themselves were more likely to go than Shion or Keiichi were. Okay, that's wild.
その可能性は大ですね。クマちゃん、ひなみ座を巡回している覆面者にフルデ神社近辺に張り付かせてください。
了解っす。
Man, don't hurt my little homie. Not Rika. That's crazy that they would do that to two very prominent figures in Hinamizawa, though, right? Because when you think about the other, well, I mean, I guess they did do it to Rika's parents. That is true. They were already like important people at the shrine, so I guess, yeah, you can't even say that it's really unprecedented for these important people to go, because if the Sonozakis decide you have to go, then you go, I guess. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number.
ケイイチ、こんな時間に電話？夜遅くは先方に。
今はそれどころじゃないんだよ。
I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up. Come on, pick up. The time was 11 p.m. Certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so she would get back up for me. Would she get back up for me? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes and try calling again. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I'll wait 30 minutes and call back. No, I can't fucking wait, man. I can't even blame him for that one. I kept calling over and over again and again. I kept calling on her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, and she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point doing this any longer. Best thing to do would be to go there in person. Okay, so he is actually going to do something. Okay. Where was Riki-chan's house, though? Shit, I've never even asked her where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Hurade. Her last name was Hurade. It was a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. I tore one thing after another out of the drawer, but I didn't come up with any clues as to where Riki-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know.
そうだ。レナなら知ってるに違いない。
I looked up Reina's phone number on the contact list. Reina Ryugu. There she was.
もしもし、竜宮です。
It was the voice of a grumpy-sounding man. Must have been Reina's father. I am calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite.
夜分遅くに前原と申しますが。
レイナは風呂に入っていますが。あ、レイナ、友達から電話だぞ。
Alright. Reina Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? I'm so used to calling her Reina that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard.
もしもし、お電話変わりました。
あ、俺だよ。刑事だ。夜遅くにすまん。
あれ、ケイチ君、こんな時間に何かな
実はリカちゃんの家がどこにあるのか知りたいんだ。
Reina seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like this at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she caught on to how urgent my need was.
いいよ。フルデ神社の境内に集会所があるよね。その裏手に2階建ての倉庫小屋があるのを知ってる。そこに住んでるんだよ。
Couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to take a look around.
わかった。ありがとう。こんな遅くにすまなかったな。親父さんに謝っといてくれ。
そんなのはいいよ、ケイ。それより、どうしてリカちゃんの家を聞くのかな。
Reina asked in a unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him.
ケイチ君、聞こえてるなら答えてほしいな。どうしてリカちゃんの家の場所をこんな時間に聞きたいのかな。
Reina affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Reina, can't I tell her? He was killed because he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed.
ケイチ君、レナは真剣に答えてほしいよ。
Reina asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Reina was Riki-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Riki-chan disappearing. If I told Reina, then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears.
レナ、
Reina's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone I could feel her saying, no matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you. That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the
リカ
truth.
ちゃんが。
それとも、リカちゃんに危険が迫っている。何か確信がある？
I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Reina about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience.
ないけど。
Yet I still hesitated. I had told Riki-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shiona had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So, it was possible that Riki-chan also... I didn't know how to explain it to Reina. While I was tongue-tied, Reina spoke up.
変なこと聞いて考えたら確信なんか必要なかった。
Reina laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Reina continued in a cheerful yet still purposeful voice.
友達のことが心配に、それを確かめるのに理由なんかいらないと思う。仮にリカちゃんが寝てて、それを起こしてしまったとしても、それが理由なら私たちは誰も怒らないと思うよ。
Reina, thank you.
じゃあ、まずはケイチ君にリカちゃんの家に電話は、それでどうしても繋がらないから、家の場所を聞いてきたんだね。
10分以上は、ならひょっとしたら気づかなくて寝てるだけなのか。
リカちゃんの家はだから電話が鳴ったら たとえ寝ていても気づかない。さとこちゃんもいるんだから、二人揃って気づかないわけはない。
さとこってリカちゃんと一緒？
知らなかった。今はその話は後ね。とにかく電話をそれだけ鳴らして誰も出ないのは絶対におかしいよ。
Reina understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. Made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Reina had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all being the result of my own needless fears went out the window.
私も今から一緒に行く？なら迎えに行くよ。
わかった。じゃあいつもの待ち合わせ場所で待ってるぞ。
私、ケイチ君のだからお家で待ってていい？それからご家族に私と一緒に理解。
うちでいいのか？時間のロスのような。
あとみーちゃんにはみーちゃんはこういう時すっごく頼もしいの。
No.
まだなら私から電話しておくね。
My thoughts froze for a moment. Shiona just told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking by the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So, would that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san, and also the mayor's disappearance?
じゃあね、すぐに行くから待っててね。
That's all Reina said before hurriedly hanging up. That wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. Now's the perfect fucking time to be doubting Mion. Are you shitting me? Jesus fuck, Keiichi. What do you mean now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion? Fuck, if there was ever a time. Shion just got done telling you that the Sonozakis are involved in some shady shit, that Mion had a sketchy history, and you yourself just pieced together that if the Sonozakis were connected to, the deaths and the disappearance of the mayor, then Mion definitely could have been not involved. And then you go, but now's not the time to doubt her. Bullshit. Bullshit. Fuck. God, I hate this fucking child. Dear God. Fuck, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I know teenagers can be stupid. I know they can have trouble fucking connecting the dots and using logic, but fuck's sake. This kid is unimaginably fucking stupid. Holy fuck. Oh, that one sentence alone just fucking set me. What the fuck do you mean? That's something you say, like, after, like, maybe earlier today when Rika tells you, hey, maybe avoid Mion for a bit. That's when you go, I don't know if I should be doubting Mion. That's the homie. But after everything that's fucking happened, everything you've learned, everything you've heard up to this point, and now you go, I don't know if I should really be doubting Mion, though. Like, God fucking damn. I get you can't just tell Reina, no, don't call Mion. Oh, don't do it. If nothing else, you could have said, no, don't bother Mion. She's clearly been, like, you could come up with an excuse, right? Don't bother Mion. She's clearly already, suffering from a lack of sleep, from searching for the mayor and whatnot. You and I will handle this. If if we find out that something has happened, then we'll call her, then we'll get her involved. There's definitely a way you could have spun this to where you don't get her to call Mion, to where you fucking just be like, all right, like, nah, just you and me, we'll go check on this. If it does turn out to be something more severe, then we'll get others involved, right? But holy fuck, dude. God. Why does this fucking kid have to be the dumbest fucking sack of rocks in the goddamn earth? Like, fuck. Jesus Christ. He's got so much fucking hormones and so little brains. His emotions get the better of him in a fucking millisecond, and he can't fucking think himself out of a goddamn paper bag. Oh, fuck. This kid makes me so goddamn angry, dude. I need to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I get you want to make sure Rika is safe. I get that. But fucking tipping off someone who, if they're not involved, is definitely connected to people who are involved, that you're aware something might happen to her, is not a good fucking idea. That's not going to keep her safe. If you want her to be safe, you don't fucking tell the kidnappers that you're aware they're going to kidnap her. Ah. God damn it. Fuck. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do before school. Raina wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, right? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either? Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there were a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. Reina was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going.
Oh, Rena, さあ行こうぜ。
ケイチ君、私、お家で待っててって言ったはずだよ。
Reina's expression was all business. Was she mad? Came out of the blue and I faltered for a moment.
いや、ここで合流した方が早く出発できると思ってさ。
ケイチ君は本当に分かってるの？
Reina shouted, clearly angry. Never seen Reina like this before.
分かってるのかって何がだよ。
I mean, Keiichi, don't you realize what the fuck's happening? Yeah, she clearly told him to do that for his own safety. Like, if he set out on his own, there's a very good chance he gets fucking, nabbed instead. Reina seemed to know she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, and continued as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all.
ケイチ君、昨日村長さんがいなくなって、
ああ、
そんな中でケイチ君はリカちゃんとさ、
ああ、そういうことになるな。
じゃあもっとこんな夜中にたった一人でこんなところで突っ立ってるなんて不用心にも程があるんだから。
I began to understand where Reina's anger was coming
ご
from.
家族にはちゃんと私と万が一私とケイチ君が揃って失踪しちゃうようなことがあってもいつどの辺でいなくなったのかを残すことができる。
Reina was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tomitaka-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it was enough to say that Hinamizawa was a little weird at the moment. It was, in fact, extremely strange. Reina had even anticipated our own disappearances, and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed in my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night.
ごめん、まだ行ってなかった。
じゃあ一緒に言いに行こう。
With Reina beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky that was uselessly vast and cold, so that no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Reina had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Reina caution me against carelessness, was, to me, the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan Satoko's
ケイ
disappearance.
ちゃん、もし冗談だったらかなり怒るよ。
Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
みーちゃん、本当に冗談だったなら、だって冗談なんだから。私たちはそれが冗談であることを確かめなくちゃいけない。そうだね。機嫌の悪そうなことを言ってごめん。
However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Reina, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our three bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside.
ケイちゃんはなぜ急にこんな時間にリカちゃんの家に電話なんかする気になったわけ？
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. You don't tip them off. You don't tip off the people connected. Like, why did you felt the need to suddenly call Rika's house? Like, Reina, she's just immediately like, okay, you're not going to tell me why, but clearly something's wrong. We need to do something. Mion, however, is like, huh, so why all of a sudden feel like calling Rika? Because clearly Mion would have, some ins as to what the Sonozakis are planning, or who's going to be the next to fucking disappear, right? She has some idea. If she knows why the mayor disappeared, right, then she would have some idea as to why Rika might go missing, right? That's probably why she's as tense as she is. But now she's like, why? Why would you feel the need to call Rika? Because now she's also like, she already knew we were bullshitting her before, but now she's like, she's really trying to press us for that information. If we're real lucky, we can be like, that's not important right now. We got to go there. But also then I guess that leads to her not believing in us and being like, are you sure you're not fucking with me? Right? If you're not fucking with me, then you clearly would have had a reason. Honestly, if nothing else, you could say, like, even without telling her that you told her everything and all this, you could, and maybe that's what he'll do. He's like, I saw her at school today. She seemed very distraught and disheveled and in a very bad state. So I wanted to call to make sure she was still okay, everything was going all right, and never got an answer. Like, you could throw her some bullshit like that, which is partially true, right?
虫が知らせたじゃおかしいか。
I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the
俺
darkness.
さ、うたた寝してる時に
ケイチ君は。
いや、もっと漠然としたリカちゃんが電話に出てくれたなら、レナやミオにも続けて電話するつもりだったよ。
Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. Okay. That was such a worse bullshit excuse that I had a bad dream. And I wanted to call Rika. If Rika would have answered, I would have called you two too. I would have definitely called you. I would have called all the homies because I want to make sure everyone's safe. Because I had a really bad dream. Jesus, Keiichi. Fuck's sake. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Also because you've already lied to Mion about that, and it would just create unnecessary drama right now. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her, it didn't. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. God damn it, you dense fuck. What do you mean she hasn't been acting any differently these last few days? It's so fucking obvious she has. God damn it. Fuck. I know blind people that are more perceptive than you fucking dipshit. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi-san that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. So I'm just trying to force myself to forget. Don't do that, Keiichi Maibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of the Watanagashi? In such a harsh tone at that? Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? Clearly. Because it took you until now to actually fucking remember that moment. Throughout your entire phone call with Shion, you were fucking ducking and dodging the fucking question. I can't doubt Mion. Now's not the time to doubt Mion. At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. I told you! The eyes! The eyes! And you're sitting here trying to tell me, oh, she hasn't been acting any more strangely than usual. Fuck! When I think about that, Mion, and Shion and Oishi-san's description of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she'd done after that, while disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Yeah! Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead.
フルデ神社か。
みんな公園みたいな感覚で勝手に出入りしてるけど、本当はここはフルデ家の立派な私有地なんだよ。
So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same.
だとすると、フルデ家って代々続いた唯一。
ない。おかしいよ。
Rena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her.
どうしたレナ？
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいつもここに自転車を止めてるはずなの。ほら、どこにもない。
I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here.
他の場所に止めてる可能性、例えば担いで。
女の子には無理だよ、ケイチ君。
Just as she said that, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. I refuse to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they disappeared.
行こうぜ。家に行った方がはるかに確実だろう。
We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. Passed through the red arch and came onto the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened.
で、リカちゃんたちが住んでいる家ってのは。
こっち、ついてきて。
Reina took the lead and sprinted off. Reina took the lead. Oh, it's still the same sentence. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small prefab, two-story shack that looked like a warehouse.
明かり消えてるね。寝てるんじゃない？
ノックしてみよう。
Reina and Mio neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I figured they lived in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I had expected.
リカちゃん、サトコちゃん、いる？
Reina shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all.
寝てるのかもしれない。起こしてみよう。
Mio banged on the shutter with both hands. The loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to notice this much noise. They would turn on the light in their room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mio stopped slamming her fist on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face.
鍵かかどこかから中に入れないかな。
Reina showed no signs of stopping. Didn't look like she would admit they were there until she went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give up gave me strength.
2階の窓とか、俺ちょっと試してみる。
ケイちゃん、はしご。
Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
みーちゃん、私念のたすぐ戻るから。
Reina darted away. What? A main house?
フ
No,
ルデ家の本当の家だよ。
don't leave me here by myself with Mion, Reina. Please.
両親が亡くなって以来、ずっと放置してあるそうだけど。
あ、そうか。リカちゃんのご両親って亡くなってるんだよな。
At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here
サ
too?
トコも親なしだよ。お社様のたたりってことで、お兄さんだったサトシ君も。
サトシって前に聞いた名前だな。
I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse.
それ以来、サトコはリカちゃんと一緒にこの小屋で暮らしてる。互いに身寄りのない一人ぼっち同士。助け合ってね。
本宅って言ったか？そっちで暮らした方が楽だろうに。
The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life.
初めはそうしてたみたい。でも、両親を思い出すからつらい。
I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of
リ
this.
カちゃんもサトコも 大変なんだな。
呪われてるんだよ。
Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. Turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again.
お前、今、
Yeah.
なんて言った？
Okay, game. You don't have to try to fake me out like this. There's a reason you're not showing me the face, because then you're going to reveal the eyes.
呪われてるって言ったの。
Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to look me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over. Within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street.
ミオン、お前、なんて顔してんだよ。
I intended to follow that up with, "You're going too far" with this joke and give her a forced smile. Yep, I fucking knew it. I told Reina, don't leave me alone. But of course, you just had to go and call Mion, didn't you? However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me.
王女里子、お社様のたたりを一身に受けた呪われた子なの。
Mion answers, with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question. See, Keiichi, you could have come up with some bullshit excuse to not call Mion. You could have fucking done that. And now you're fucked. Obviously you're not fucked. I'm sure the chapter doesn't end here, but... Getting one-on-one with Mion like this is not a good fucking idea.
公園の展望台から転落死したのは両親だけ。あの子をミソッカス扱いしてた冷たい両親だけが死んで、引き取り先であの子をいじめたおばは、綿流しの夜に異常者に脳みそがぐっちゃぐちゃに飛び散って、頭が原形をとどめないくらいにめった打ちにされて殺された。いつもあの子をかばってたさ、あの子の誕生日に突然消えてしまった。あの子をいじめていなかったのに消されてしまった。警察は家出したんだって決めつけたけど、サトシ君は逃げ出すような人じゃなかった。いつも一生懸命、誰の力も借りずにコツコツと一人懸命に努力する人だった。たった一人の妹のために身を粉にして頑張ってたのに、あの子のためにだけに生きていたのに消されてしまった。かわいそうなサトシ君、なんて報われないサトシ君、なんて恩知らずなあの子なの。あの子は呪われた。あの子に近づけば、それが誰でも末路は同じ。たたりで死ぬか、たたりで消えるか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるもの。リカちゃんが消えたのもきっと里子のせいだよ。違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違い
Jesus fuck. Somehow you're even crazier than you were in the first chapter. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing. We realized just how far away the ground really was. I wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and that rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder, it's falling. Help me. Help! Just then I heard the sound of many people running towards us. I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Reina, ran over here with flashlights. I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened. I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place, it was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves, just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things, like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a keyring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor.
リカちゃんの家はね、もともとは町会の防災倉庫だったの。だからシャッターの鍵を今でも村長さんの家が預かってるの。
今ではリカちゃんとサトコの指定だけど、まあもともとリカちゃんの家の敷地、誰も文句は言わないけどね。
Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now. That only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang, bam, clatter, 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 bang. The shutter opened up for the first time in a very long while. Reina located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in. We climbed a narrow staircase. It looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow the scent of the two of them filled the place. This was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was the space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment past the kitchen was the living room, taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing, the sense of a frugal lifestyle, goddammit, drifted from all of it. It was strange they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults, climbing the stairs one at a time, began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves.
どう？やっぱりいない？
いない。絶対おかしい。
The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had... Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
信じたくないけど、君吉の村長さんが消えたのが無関係とは言い切れないね。
The adults' faces paled at Mion's declaration. Maya and Reina's did as well.
例えば、ご近所に行って起こすに起こせなくなってるなんてその可能性をまず牧野さんは裏手から沢のあたり、慶太郎さんはおじゃが池の方、岡村さんは。
Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation despite her age.
私はここに残って電話で片っ端から心当たりに問い合わせてみます。じゃあ皆さん、そういうことで。
The adults all roared in reply and pounded back down the stairs below.
さすがみーちゃんは学校だけじゃなく、ひなみ沢に。
茶化さない茶化さ。ほらどいて。おじさんは電話を使うんだから。
Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver and got started. Reina gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all of this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor impression that Shion and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maibara. No, keep going, Keiichi Maibara. None of that matters right now. Most important thing is to make sure Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. I mean, that is also true, but don't... I was just hoping he didn't fucking start going, no, I can't be thinking this about Mion. Like, let's see, couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room?
とはいえ、そんなのわかるはずもないよな。
If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maibara. Stop thinking, start looking. For something. In search of something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and open the windows. Didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Reina, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was.
でも冷蔵庫や流しの下の棚とかを開いても、リカちゃんは見つか。
隠れてるかな。
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called.
私、みんなに話をしてくる。遅かれ、警察も来るだろうしね。大石のやつにも事情を説明しなきゃ。
Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her to the front of the house. There were already about 10 adults here, and all of them looked uneasy. Suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. So it wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down.
誰かの家にお邪魔していないか、町会の回覧区分に沿って前後をまず調べよう。本人たちがこっちの気も知らずに、誰かの家ですやすやとお泊まりしてる可能性もあるわけだからね。
It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case.
こんなことは考えたくないけど、もちろん悪いことが起こった可能性もある。
Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults.
我々も手分けしよう。昨夜の村長探しで回ったところをもう一度。
俺たちはダム現場をよく念入りに探し、お前さんたちは学校のあたりを探して。
どうしたら、はい、行こう行こう。
みんな昨日も村長さん探しで徹夜だったからね。寝不足で辛いだろうけど、どうかよろしく。
With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. Figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. God damn. Suddenly my vision cleared and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Takano-san, Tomitake-san, then the mayor, now even Uriki-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed, and word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength of my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart. Reina would just be glad we did. They would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross. The Shion and I would each have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start. Yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was. Please be Reina. Please be Reina. Please be Reina. Thank God. It was Reina. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better. I could tell Reina was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Yeah, but now he's gonna be hesitant to tell anyone. Because now his whole thing is like, well, if I tell people, they disappear. You want to tell big homie Reina, is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Reina had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Reina would start to wonder about why. However, the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I wanted to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Reina disappear either. Reina sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine. Reina showed me her watch. She said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long? I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night. That was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
今どんどん町から応援のパトカーが来てるよ。
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of a Yashiro-sama's curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko, too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet face like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic fang smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears of my own sheer stupidity.
圭一君が何を自分に責めているかわからないけれど、もうやめよう。
I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Reina out of this. If she found out, she would become involved.
頼む、放っておいてくれない。俺きっと家に帰ったって眠れない。
If I couldn't get to sleep, then I at least wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it.
俺のせいで他の探してくれてる人たちよりも先になんか
I had said that to
眠れるも
myself
のか。
in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Reina was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke.
圭一君のせい、どうしてそう思うのかな。
That can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Reina said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of Watanagashi, then even Reina would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Reina. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Reina could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling. But at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Reina, might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross. Alone.
圭一君がとても仲間思いだって知ってる。自分を傷つけたくなる気持ちもよくわかるよ。だけどレナは圭一君のせいじゃないって知ってる。圭一君が悪くないって知ってるから。
知ってるって。
The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Reina to figure it out? This is bad. Now Reina will disappear. Reina will disappear. Reina will disappear. Then Reina, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
圭一君、ひょっとしてレナも消えちゃうかもしれない。お社様のたたりで。
She puts more force in rubbing my
だ
head.
ったら安心して。レナは消えたりしないよ。絶対に。
どうして消えないなんて自信を持って言えるんだよ。
I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Reina. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please, stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. Start by killing those we're close to. Then after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing.
レナ。
Please, don't disappear. Please don't. As long as I'm still here, I can no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me.
ほら、圭一君に涙なんか似合わないよ。みんなのところに行こう。婦人会の人たちがね、お味噌汁の炊き出しをしてくれてるの。飲むと温まって落ち着くよ。
Reina prompted me to stand. I have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet.
ケイちゃん、どこ行ってケイちゃんまでいなくなったのかと心配したよ。
すまん。
Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
みーちゃんどう？何か手がかりはあった？
Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
全然ない。学校が終わってから家に2人で自転車に乗ってどこかに、しかも2人が自転車に乗った姿は全く目撃されていないし。
When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Riki-chan and Satoko riding their bikes.
昨日の村長の時とお手上げだよ。
Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She'd been doing all sorts of things to try and find Riki-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I'd spent the time hunched over in indecision all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
ケイちゃんも辛いだろうけど、今夜は解散しようってなったところだよ。これを飲んだらもう終わりにしよう。
終わりなのか？
あ、もちろん終わりじゃないよ。明るくなったら警察も増援を入れて徹底的に探すって。沖宮の方に行ってる可能性も、村長の件も含めて獅子骨市全体で目撃情報がないか洗うって言ってる。それよりもケイちゃんだ。どこに行ってたんだい？いつの間にかいなくなっちゃうから心配したんだよ。
Suddenly I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond.
すまん。気をつけるよ。
何もなかった。怪しい人に監視されてるとか、付け狙われてるとか、そういうのはなかった？
Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been, despite being in so much pain. I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it all alone.
何もないよ。でも気をつける。すまん。
Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved.
おやおやおや、おいしい匂いが漂って、これはぜひご商売に預かりたいですね。
We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. It was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically, in a way unfitting given the situation.
大して残ってないで。それでもよければ勝手にどうぞ。
Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face.
ありゃり、味噌汁のお残りって参ったな。君たちはいただきます？
He recommended to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
どうですか？警察の方では何か手がかりはつかめましたか？
Reina's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢さん。ご安心。ちゃんと探してるんですから。
I don't like the way you said that. I don't like the laugh. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush.
それより、もう本当に遅い。どうぞ若い皆さんはお帰りになってお休みになってください。体に触りますよ。
そうだよ。ケイちゃんもレナも、あとは税金で働いてるおっさんたちがやってくれるから。
私たちだって税金払ってるんですけどね。蕎麦屋さんが自分の作った蕎麦食ってるみたいな気分ですよ。な。
I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
じゃあ本当によろしくお願いしますね。帰ろう、ケイチ君。明日が辛くなるよ。
そうです、そうです。なんならお二人をお送りし、熊ちゃん、車を回した。
あ、結構です。俺たち自転車で来てるんで。
ご安心。私たちワゴン車で来て、自転車も積めますよ。
May have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Reina, however, nodded.
せっかくだからお世話になろうよ。私たちだけで帰るよりきっと安全だよ。
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Reina's idea was extremely irrational.
そうと決まれば行きましょう行きましょう。
じゃあね、おやすみ。レナもケイちゃんも。
みーちゃんも早めにおやすみ。
I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Riki-chan and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Reina showed the police where our bicycles were so that Oishi-san could haul them up into their truck, prompted us to get into the back seat. I could hear the spring squeaking as I sat down into a seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft and it was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on.
では、レディ、お嬢さんの家から行きましょう。住所はどちら？
ありがとうございます。
Yeah, let's start with Reina so that he can have some one-on-one time with Keiichi, right?
私の家はですね、
Reina's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep.
もしもーし、前原さん。完全に眠っちゃってますか？
When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Oishi-san was giving me light slaps to the cheek. Didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? It was a can of coffee.
ぬるいですがね。甘いカフェオレなら常温でも結構飲めますよ。
どうも。
I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I'd made a mistake. Today, of all days, didn't look like I'd be getting away. I had a feeling that until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go.
そんなに構えられて別に取って食おう。前原さん。
Oishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness.
俺に。
よう。いえいえ、別に別に。
You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man.
私からは用はないんです。前原さんから私に用がある。
別に用なん。
ありゃ、本当にあるんじゃないですか。
There was only one side door in the back seat of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi-san. I couldn't get away. I only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer, to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite.
前原さんから相談したいことがきっとあったと思ってたんですけどね。
Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in his case.
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんでしょうね。
Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. How all this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know.
富武二郎さんと高野美代さん、お祭りの時、園崎志音さんを含めて4人で一緒におられたの。その富武さんと高野さん、実は気の毒な死に方でした。
Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected.
いや、ひょっとしてご存知でした？
Unfortunately, for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes.
じゃあ、こっちもご存知かな。富武さんと高野さんがたたりに遭われたり、なんでもですね、入っちゃいけない禁断の建物に入ったからだって言われてるんですよ。
Storehouse for ritual implements. That forbidden shed sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened.
村長さんや古出里香さんもそのせいでたたりに遭われたんだという噂はご存知で？
That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did...
西宮殿って言いました。あそこの鍵を簡易なものに付け替えたから賊に入られたんだっていうケチがついてるらしいんですよ。
What? This was news to me.
一昨年くらいまでは西宮殿にはでっかい缶抜きとでっかい錠前がいくつもつけられたところがほら、神主夫妻がお亡くなりになられて、今は古出里香さんが切り盛りされてるでしょ。缶抜きが重くて大変だから もっと軽い簡単な錠前に付け替えてほしいと村長さんに相談したらしいんですよ。
I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place who'd store something as
リカさ
important
ん
as
はあの通
goddammit
り小柄な女の子ですからね。
storing something as important as ritual implements would look like.
錆びついて重くなった缶抜きはしんどかったんでしょうな。で、村長さんが職人を手配して簡単な南京錠で鍵ができるように付け替えたんだそうです。
それがどうしてケチがつくことになるんですか？
つまりですね、前の厳重な錠前なら賊には忍び込まれなかった。村長さんとリカさんが勝手に安っぽい鍵に変えたから賊に破られたんだと、こういう話らしいんですよ。
そんな話。
そういう話がまかり通ってて、一部の村人たちが西宮殿に忍び込んだ賊と賊に破られるような鍵に変えた村長とリカさんを罰したんだなんて話があったりなかったりしてるんですよ。相原さん、どう思います？
どう思うって、その一部の村人ってのもよくわからないし。
御三家ってご存知ですかな。綿流しのお祭りの開会式典で各家の代表がそれぞれ挨拶をなさってるでしょう。
Did you see them? Surely you were there during the ceremony, right?
祭りには途中から来たから。
御三家ってのはひなみ沢の旧家の3つの家のことなんです。具体的に言うと、君吉家、園崎家、古出家の3つのことです。本当に古い家筋らしくてね、大昔から村の決め事は御三家が合議して決めるんだと言われてます。
The Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. The Sonozaki family was Mion's, so the Hurure family was Rika-chan's family then.
園崎家が戦後に一気に勢力を拡大しましてね、例のダム闘争で反ダムの旗頭になってからは事実上ひなみ沢を牛耳るトップに躍り出ました。でもですね、古いしきたりに従い今でも重要な村の方針は御三家で合議して決めているんだそうです。だから渡長氏の開会挨拶も御三家の当主がそれぞれなさるんですよ。
So he's trying to set this up as like, you know, the lock replacement being a convenient excuse to get rid of the other two families so that the Sonozakis could decide everything on their own, so they could seize power all for themselves. That we're trying to set up, Fat Man.
つまり村長と園崎家の現当主のおばあ様、そして古出家の最後の一人リカさんです。
園崎家が大した家柄だという話は聞かされてたけど、
まあご存知の通り親族は全くおられませんから、古出家は事実上全く勢力を持ちませんがね。ただリカさん個人には求心力があるようで、村のお年寄りには盲信する方が多いと聞いています。
It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly.
で、その御三家ってのが何だって言うんですか
Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette.
ここまで説明してもまだ説明が足りませんかね。
Yeah, no, this kid's as dense as a fucking brick. You're gonna have to...
わからないから聞いてるんです。
Oishi-san gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke.
御三家の人間が相次いで消されてるんです。どういうわけかね。ひなみ沢の内側の古い因習か何かに基づいているんじゃないかと。
そんなの俺にだってさっぱり。
ですから君吉家、古出家の当主が消えたんですから。なんて思ったり思わなかったりしたりする今日この頃。なんちゃって。
園崎家の当主って誰だよ。
当主は園崎本家のおばあちゃんなんですが、実質上の当主権限はもう孫娘のミオンさんに移行していると見て間違いないでしょうね。
The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprung back to mind.
ミオンが消える？
I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane.
嫌でしょう？
当たり前だ。そんなの許せるものか。
Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both
で
hands.
は協力を。 園崎美音さんについて最近気づいたことを何でもいいから話してください。
I was going along with him. I see. So he came up with his bullshit about the three families being like, oh, Mion might be next. So if you've seen anything strange about her, you can tell me about it. When really he's just trying to find anything to try to link her to the fucking disappearances. By the time I'd realized it was too late. Oishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. That moment I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat.
もしもし。はいはい、神戸良子。
I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could use this opening to escape.
そうです。はいはい。では戻りましょう。はいはい。はいはい。
Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Apparently he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd be freed, the attention of my body dissipated all at once.
そろそろ戻ら。これからがいいところだったんですが、残念ですね。
Oishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around to the front of the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave?
前原さんは友達思いの今時関心な若者です。友人のことを警察に喋ると、なんだか裏切っているような気持ちになるの。前原さん、一晩差し上げますから、ゆっくりお休みになってよく。前原さんのほんのちょっとの勇気が結局大勢の友人を救うことにつながるかもしれないのです。
Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Riki-chan and Satoko?
分かってると思いますが、渡流し以降、毎晩何かが起こります。これまでは毎年1回だったたたりが本当に景気のいい年です。
そんなの景気がいいなんて言います。
おととい、昨日、そして明日の晩も起こらないなんて保証どこにもありませんよ。それを未然に防ぐのが私たちの仕事ですが、それには前原さんの協力が不可欠なんです。
I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care. I mean, I think the obvious answer is that, like, when he dropped off Reina, he noticed you were asleep in the back seat and said, oh, I don't want to bother the kid. Could you tell me where he lives? And Reina would just be like, oh yeah, it's over there.
まあ、今日はもう眠いです。もう3時になりますからね。どうぞごゆっくりお休みになってください。
3? Fuck, when he came down from, pouting up on the hill, like, it was like just barely, it was like a little past 1. How fucking long was he out for? God damn.
はい、では失礼します。
I was about to get out of the truck as if to deliver a parting blow. Oishi-san in a raised voice.
私、前原さんが話す気になってくれるまで毎日来ちゃいますからね。
That is quite the threat.
取り調べして自白を強要ってのもう時代じゃないと思いますんで。
I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. Did homeboy really pass out on the stairs? Holy fuck. Hella tips. Alright. I got an achievement, and I love how the description of it just says, go home already. Alright, scrapbook 9. What do we got? What do you got for me, Takano? The Sonozaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Oryo Sonozaki, who still has that seat today. Oryo Sonozaki has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude and seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. There are different views on why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter Mion, but it's rumored that it has to do with disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. Okay. Okay. So her daughter married a Yakuza member, and that's how the Sonozaki family has, quote unquote, distanced themselves from the Yakuza, right? They are definitely connected, but it's like, okay, okay, I see, I see, because this whole time I'm sitting here like thinking, how the hell would you be getting political offices and all these positions of power while being openly connected to, the Yakuza? But if on the surface you make it look like you disown the person who married a Yakuza member, right? It's not the Sonozakis that are part of the Yakuza. It's that one of the Sonozakis is married to the Yakuza, is married to a Yakuza member, and then they publicly are like, "Oh, we don't agree with that. We don't accept her because of that. We're distancing ourselves. We're not about the fact that she married a Yakuza member, when in reality it was probably like some kind of arranged marriage, and that's the Yakuza family that the Sonozakis work with to get their shit done." Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Now that I learned that the father is the Yakuza member, and the fact that the father is not the Sonozaki in the marriage, all right, that makes a lot more sense. That just made a lot of pieces like fall into place. Like, okay, I see how the painting's made now. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of the dignity required of the next leader. However, she does have Sonozaki blood in her veins and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution and is probably hiding her fangs and claws as skillfully as the leaders of the past did. Yeah, okay, that scrapbook note was a big one. That makes a lot of things make sense now. So that means Shion lives with the actual Yakuza side of the family, right? Because Shion lives with her dad. Because whenever we call her on the phone, she's talking about overhearing what her dad says on the phone. Okay. Interesting. The elderly leader of the Sonozaki family. Go on. Tell me more.
はい。郵便局員も目撃してないそうです。園崎本家は郵便受けにハンコが吊るしてあるそうで、書き留めも宅配便も勝手にハンコをして投函していいことになってるんだそうっす。
そりゃ不用心ですね。
綿流しの開会式でした挨拶が最後です。その後すぐに帰宅したらしいっすから。
恒例ですからね。話じゃ週に何回かお稽古事で外出してるそうじゃないですか。そっちはどうです？
毎週月曜に集会所で大正事を習ってるんですが、今週は休んだそうです。
欠席の電話とかは？それを誰かが確認したとかは？
いえ、誰も。ただ、たまに休むことがあったらしいので。
明日さ、10時くらいになったら市役所のふりして電話してみましょうかね。在宅を確認してみてください。
Why don't we pretend we're the town hall as if they won't catch on to that immediately?
10時ですね。了解っす。
Ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Hinamizawa traditions had something to do with all this, he'd been keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Hurure family had disappeared. There was only one leader left. Oryo Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hasn't waned, but she still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of Watanagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Or had she...
園崎美音が言うには、体調を崩して寝込んでるんだそうです。
本当に寝込んでるのかな。顔と脈を見てみたいですね。
まったくっす。
Two of them breathed out a big puff of cigarette smoke.
大井さん、園崎本家と古出神社の捜査令状、申請通ると思います？
Well, judging how the last tip in the list of ones we just got is called request denied. I could probably tell you right now. Oishi didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke, his surroundings now as foggy as his mind. Interesting. Very interesting. So what is the play here? Is this Mion doing like a power grab? All of a sudden, all the big leaders, the Kimiyoshi leader, the Furude leader, and the Sonozaki leader all disappear. But the heir to the Sonozaki steps up and is like calling shots. There's no more Furudes left after Rika. They're just, that family's gone. That bloodline has ended. I don't know what the Kimiyoshis are gonna do. They already told us that like both the Kimiyoshis and the Furudes have like really lost any influence they had. So we don't know if any of the surviving Kimiyoshi members are gonna like step up to actually do anything. Is this just a big coup attempt essentially by Mion? That's kind of what it seems like Oishi's thought is. From the bits and pieces I've seen of Oishi and with his conversation with Keiichi, that seems to be how he's reading it. Is that Mion's doing a big power grab so that she's the only one running things. Or maybe it's something being done by her father, right? Maybe her father is also involved in something so that Mion takes the reins and then he through his daughter, like, pulls the strings in Hinamizawa. Could be something along those lines as well. Scrapbook 10, what do we got? The Hidden Demon. The inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character for demon is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of the character in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. I don't know what that character is. Case in point, we can see it in the current Sonozaki family leader's name, Oryo, is written with the character. This, and only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonozaki, its successor, contains in her name with Mi being written as. It also goes for Oryo's granddaughter and Mion's mother, or Oryo's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. It's known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as, though it was changed afterwards to, still read as Akane. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character, the mayor Kichiro's name, originally meant demon, which can also be read as Ki. It should be said that names using the character aren't limited only to successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of, if you write it in reverse and top to bottom, as it clearly resembles the character. As for the Furude family, who have been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval characters as. I think that with the addition of a demon's horn, the tick on the top of the character that is used in their name now. In the case of the Sonozaki family, where Sonozaki is written, you can't find any reference to the character, perhaps because it's largely ingrained into their first names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they included the contents of that ceremony into their last name. The Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjugation of the word for slice, and the Sono is written as probably contains the hidden meaning of human body, as it is a complicated mess, organs enclosed by four sides. I think in other words that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Well, fuck me, goddamn. I didn't realize. I never thought to break down the characters of their names. So, if they contain the demon character, you're telling me that, like, the leaders of the Sonozaki family, their names essentially mean the demon that slices open the gut? Like, holy fuck. That's fucking insane. So, like, of the three families, they're all demons, but the Sonozakis specifically are, like, the violent ones. It's kind of what they're painting with the names there, right? They're the ones who actually are given the task of slicing open. And request denied. I'm sure this is in relation to that search warrant.
あ、お疲れ様です。
どうです？何か手がかりはありました？
The officers shook their heads in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of Watanagashi.
課長、若い子から交代で仮眠取らせてあげてください。ここからは長丁場になりますからね。無理せず、体を休めながらのんびり行きましょう。
みんなには交代で休めって言ってるんだけどね。お石さんからも言ってくれないか。
ありゃありゃ。小宮山君、若い子から順に交代で休ませてあげてください。
小宮山さん、そうしてあげてください。
After the chief told him as well, Komiyama-san left his seat.
で課長、例の請求なんですけど。
第一、村人の噂だけなんでしょ。
その証拠があの中に詰まってるかもしれないんです。
その証拠が中に詰まっているという証拠
We
が
need
必要な
evidence
んだ
that
よ。
there's evidence.
課長、なぞなぞやってるんじゃないんだ。死んだ2人を含む4人が綿流しの晩に西宮殿と呼ばれる禁断の蔵に無断で入り込み、ここまでは信頼できる情報なんです。
情報と言ったってあくまでも噂だよ。証拠があるわけじゃない。
そりゃまあ、4人が放火無理して忍び込む写真はありませんがね。とにかく4人は西宮殿の中で何かを見たんです。
消されるくらいの何か？それは何だい？
That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking for it in the first place.
園崎家絡みの暴力団関係が有力候補ですな。拳銃の山か密造工場か。
A pile of tokarems or a secret poppy production. There's like, oh, they're smuggling weapons or they're producing drugs.
園崎家の隠し資産ってのも捨てがたいあたりです。
Oh god, not the family fortune. Don't get us started on that mystery again.
大石さん、気持ちはわかるけど、あの西宮殿ってのは古出神社にある神聖な建物で、地元の人間への相当な配慮が必要な建物なんだよ。
I heard that there was an hour-long call made from Congressman Sonozaki to the big man. Chief, could he have nailed you back down?
とにかく相当の証拠がない限り、園崎本家への令状も特に園崎本家への捜査は四課と県警の暴対が絡んでる。入念な事前調整がいるんだ。
調整がいるってんなら、私直接乗り込んでつけてきてもいいですよ。暴対は三海さん、隣の雀荘で話した方が早そうなメンツですね。
課長にお客様です。うわ。
Pushing the employee who guided him in right out of the way was an old man who looked like a Yakuza member given his crested kimono and a hakama. Did he not get enough of this over the phone?
わしは議員の園崎じゃ。責任者を出さんか。はよせい。
どうも。私が。
お前の名刺なぞいらんわ。お前なんぞいつだって官職に飛ばせ。それにお前だけでは足らん。大石とかいう男も呼ばんか。神聖な古出神社に捜査令状なんぞ。
申し訳ございません。大石はただいまどうぞおかけください。
Chief sighs were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gratefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room.
よいか。古手神社はそもそも公暦2600年に次ぐ2500年の歴史を有する八百万の神々とお社様と先祖の霊を祀り、日が昇りてから沈むまで、月が昇りてから沈むまで、それを土足で踏みにじろうというバカがいる。そもそも信仰の自由は憲法で定められた国民の最も尊い権利であろうが、こんなものは断じて許せんぞ。わしを怒らせてただで済むと思わん方がいいぞ。
Yeah, about what I expected. But clearly they trust Oishi's instincts enough to where he's not like throwing him under the bus. He's like, oh yeah, that's Oishi right there. He's clearly looking out for him. Interesting. Interesting. Well, by all means, let us continue. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. Looked at my clock. Despite having turned in so late last night, I had woken up at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. Secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Riki-chan and Satoko were. Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
じゃあ、昨夜はお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで探して。
3時くらいまでかな。うん。
結局、そのリカちゃんとさとこちゃんは。
I really bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Just then we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked up at the clock and saw it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Reina. It was her at the door.
おはよう。少しは眠れた。
何時間寝れたんだろうな。多分、鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
Reina seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校、行くか。
うん。その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Reina was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
今日お休みしたら、きっと圭一くんは病んで、私そんなの嫌だから、だから一緒に学校に行こ
う。わかった。ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
I was just a little bit happy about Reina mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
みーちゃん、さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんで、一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
We waited for a bit. Time passed till it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone. We exchanged
どうす
glances.
る？もう少し待つか？
At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be.
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
Reina gave me a pat in the back.
ミオン、本当にいるよな。
何か言ったかな？
あ、いや、独り言。行こうぜ。
The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. Even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
前原君、おはよう。龍宮君、おはよ
おはようございます。
う。先生から大切なお話があるから、いいかね。
Reina and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like.
皆さん、おはようございます。
The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず、校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろ
The classroom was already dead silent. Everyone was staring at Riki-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Riki-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目。今日から当分の間、 登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。いいですね。
The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. However, Reina told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled.
では、授業を始めます。委員長はお休みですね。では日直、号令、起立。
That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher, who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Reina brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね。
ああ、でももうそんなに気にならなくなった。むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
そうかもね。
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Reina's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Reina was up for a long time last night too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
遠慮なくつっつけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
じゃあ遠慮なくいただく。ああ、しそチーズのちくわ巻きなんて面白いな。
レナのだって今日のはレトルトだろうけどなかなかうまいぞ。
I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして二人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってると、なんだかなんだかだよね。
It's sort of like something. Oh, you're such a sweetheart. Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up.
ごめん、悪かった。
仕方ないよ。
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. Couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、どこに行ったんだろうな。
Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Reina catch her breath.
昨日ね、ケイチ君がいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞いてたから。
昨夜はすまなかった。頼む。
At that time, since they had arrived for support, Reina was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They'd reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Reina said she overheard it.
でも結局何もわからなかったんだろう。学校が終わってから家に帰って二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ以外は全く。
Miona told me yesterday. We had no clues.
警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって。家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行くところと言ったら、だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。
Which, if as I think that, like, the Yakuza, father is trying to, get his grubby little hands on the family in Hinamizawa, that's the perfect way to do it, right? Maybe, I wonder if he would be able to force Shion into doing something, right? Like, clearly Shion is able to, like, overhear him talking on these important phone calls, right? But, like, how involved is she? We know that Miona is heavily involved with the family in the main house in Hinamizawa, but how involved is Shion in her father's side and his dealings and whatnot? That's the question to consider.
警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
And like maybe Shion truly knows nothing, and dad's just doing dad business and is still involved in what's happened to the mayor and Rika and Satoko in town. Makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Alright, if she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. Oh, it's true, because in that analogy, right, the dog was Mion, right? Or no, was it Oishi? Fuck. No, Mion was considered one of the cats in that analogy, right? Because Shion was the sister cat, the little sister cat. So that would make Mion the big sister cat, right? So I think the dog in that question was Oishi, right? Fuck, I don't... It's been a few days, I don't remember that analogy perfectly, fuck. I selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
ケイチ君もそう思う？レナもそう思うよ。リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
I looked back at Reina, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Ooh. Reina didn't go to the kitchenette, rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Reina didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが町に遊びに行っていなくなったなんてなんだか腑に落ちなくて、私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調べたりしたの。
聞いた？何を？
婦人会のおばさんたちに昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ。富田豆腐店のおばあちゃんも来てたの。
Tomita Tofu Shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道にさとこちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
豆腐？学校の帰り道にだろ？それが何か手がかりになるのか？
いいから聞いて。リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと。覚えてるかな？
Oh, and you checked the fridge. There wasn't no tofu in the fridge, was there? Yeah, and you were like, Reina, you're not gonna find them in the fridge. Reina stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、その中にお味噌汁が入ってたの。中にはお豆腐が、多分残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中にあったの。冷ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
As Reina explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room.
でもレナ、それが何だって言うんだ？
Because it proves they didn't fucking leave the village right away.
ケイチ君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはサトコちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直前まであそこに立って料理をしていたことになるの。
夕食の時間の直前まで
？Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
三角コーナーのゴミを見たら、 すごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、だからその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理したんだね。
それってつまりさとこに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
うん。それで私、炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けて。
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど、そういうことか？
Reina nodded.
それで次に、そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
Usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう。ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするものだよね。冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったということ。
そういうことになるのか？
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。お夕飯を全く手つけずでラップ、どういうことだと思
う？じゃあ夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。外食とか出前とかで。
それも突然にね。
I see. So they got they got like a call suddenly.
前もって決まっていたらお料理なんかしない。
Right. They got a call suddenly, but clearly like no one actually like snuck in and took them because they had wrapped everything. So they received a call that they had to go somewhere and followed that instruction, wherever they went, whatever it was. But clearly they left their home of their own volition because everything in the kitchen had been wrapped. That or the kidnapper was very thorough.
そしてお夕食は2人分用意されていた。つまりさとこちゃんは2人で食事ができると本当に直前までそう思って料理をしていたということなの。
じゃあ2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
そう。つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当にわずかな時間。多分7時頃くらい。
4 o'clock. That would have been, geez, that still would have been like 4 hours prior to when Keiichi tried calling them, so that's still a lot of time for their...
そんな時間に食事もせずに2人はどこへ行ったんだ？
当然そこに行き着くよね。ケイチ君、覚えてるかな？折りたたみ机が置いてあって、その上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったのを。
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶で空っぽだったの。もう一滴も入ってなかった。これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
私もリカちゃんの家に行ってお料理したことあったから。
Reina cleared her throat, face returning to a serious expression.
でね、流しの下を開けてみたら
醤油の大瓶がないと。
ここから先は全部レナの想像だからね。
I trust you implicitly.
だから最後まで口を挟まずに聞いていてね。
Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
俺、ご近所付き合いってよくわからないんだが。
I mean...
ひなみ沢ではそんなに珍しいことじゃないよ。
Even if it was, it's Rika. Yeah, Rika can get anyone to give up some soy sauce, alright? If Rika showed up to your house at like 7 o'clock at night and was like, can I possibly get some soy sauce, please? You're gonna be like, of course. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. Okay. So Rika-chan left to get soy sauce. Satoko notices that Rika doesn't come back after a while, and then Satoko goes to find her. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be opposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like
うちに
this.
食事の用意があるからさとこちゃんもいらっしゃい。リカちゃんはもう食べてるよってきっとそんな感じで呼び出したんだと思う。
Satoko called Rika a few names in private, wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. That would make sense. Okay. No, Reina's onto something. At first I was thinking they received some kind of call and they left together. But see, Keiichi said several times, Reina is incredibly observant. So true. That soy sauce was a major fucking clue. So Rika. They see the sauce is empty. Someone has to go take care of that. Right, because she said the big jug was missing, so someone would have had to have left with it. Otherwise, if they were just both called away, then her big jug of soy sauce would still be in that cabinet. So clearly she took the big jug and left. So, and she would have, and Reina's right, she would have told Satoko where she's going. I'm gonna go to this person's house, ask for some soy sauce. After some time, yeah. And whatever they tell Satoko makes her imply that Rika had already eaten. So Satoko wraps up her stuff and sticks in the fridge and goes after her. So Reina's pretty much on point. This makes so much sense. The real question that we have to ask ourselves then is, where did they go? Where did they go? It would have to be someone with like strong connections to the Sonozakis, right? I mean, technically you could say every villager has some kind of connection to the Sonozakis, but like, I feel like it would have to be a Sonozaki. Because I don't know if the other families would be willing just to kidnap the girls like that, even on an order, right? That's something like the Sonozakis themselves would have to handle. And it would have to be the person at the house. Because if someone had just, nabbed Rika on the way there, then when Satoko called the house, they'd be like, oh, Rika's not here. We haven't seen her at all. And Satoko would have left in more of a hurry and wouldn't have bothered to wrap up the food, right? She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too, and headed for the house where Rika-chan was.
But すでにこの時点でおかしいの。食事ってね、突然やってきた人に振る舞えるほど多めに作るものじゃないんだよ。
Which means, well, yeah. I think it's pretty obvious it was a lie. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people.
たまたま偶然作りすぎたことだって考えられるだろ。
No, not at all. They kidnapped Rika, and when Satoko called, she just happened to be a casualty of it. Rika was the main target, right? Rika was the main target because of, her connection to the mayor and what they had done with the storehouse lock and all that. Rika was the main target. But when they realized Satoko would have figured out something was up, and Satoko could have, cracked the case open before they could have done anything, they had to lure Satoko in. And they had a pretty easy way of doing that.
それでも絶対に考えられない。
Reina flatly denied me.
だってリカちゃんは さとこちゃんが頑張って作ったお夕飯がもうできてることを知ってるんだよ。
That's another thing to consider is that, like, if you're thinking about it, Rika wouldn't have just, even if someone had offered, Rika wouldn't have taken it, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I've got dinner waiting for me at home. I appreciate it. I just wanted the soy sauce though.
どんなにお夕飯を勧められたってさとこちゃんのお夕飯を無駄にするようなことをするわけがない。
So true, bestie. This was all only circumstantial evidence in Reina's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple this situation bereft of clues.
じゃあレナ、リカちゃんはどこへ醤油をもらいに行ったんだ？
That was the heart of it. It'd have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce, and somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. The Sonozaki's? So who was it? Reina slowly shook her head.
レナの推理はここあくまでも想像だからね。警察の人とかには内緒にして
隠すことはないんじゃない？仮に半分しか会ってないとしてもきっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
ケイチ君、これってひなみ沢の人を疑うって意味だよ。確信もないのに村の人を疑えない。
I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Reina cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. Stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way. Reina had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Reina did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Reina might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Now is not the time to fucking feel sorry for yourself. You started thinking about things because we need to figure out where Rika went to, alright? Save your self-pity for later, you fucking loser. God damn it. Who would be the next to disappear? That's not the fucking point. That's not the fucking point. The whole reason we started getting all introspective and thinking about shit is because we wanted to compare our information and what we know to Reina's information. Now is not the time to think of any of that other shit. Who else did I talk to? Who else did... No, that's not the point. We're trying to deduce where Rika might have gone to get soy sauce. We're trying to deduce who could have gotten away with this. The answer seems very fucking obvious. But also, you need to come to that conclusion. But also, I'm sure if you come to the same conclusion I did, you're like, oh, but my best friend, Mion, that couldn't have happened. Ah. Would it be Shion and me next time? Doesn't fucking matter. Why? Why were the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? It doesn't fucking matter. I mean, it does matter, but that's not the fucking point of what we're thinking about right now. God damn it. What are you, fucking ADHD or something, kid? Jesus Christ. If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? How does this line of thought get us to who fucking kidnapped Rika? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. This line of thought is not what we're looking for. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we confessed to. Great, those you confessed to. Now, speaking of those we confessed to, Rika, think about it. Think about it. That's where we're supposed to be thinking right now. You scatterbrained fuck. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strange though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. even though I'm the root cause of everything, and everyone's had that impression. Yeah, it's probably Mion. That's probably why Mion specifically asked you last night, were you feel like you were being stalked? Or did you feel like you were being watched? Because she was probably watching her and was just curious to see if Keiichi had actually picked up on it. That or whoever the Sonozakis had watching them. You know, she just wanted to be sure if, like, Keiichi was aware that he was being watched. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me and I was just careless and stupid. That's another story, though. Let's get back on track. Fucking thank God. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? That's not the track! God damn it! I'm thinking, yeah, let's get back on track. Anyway, a totally different track than what we started on. No, that's not getting back on track. You're on the wrong train going in the wrong direction. It might lead you back to the right station eventually, but fuck it, god damn it, you're pissing me off. I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. And at the end of it, not once did he actually think about it properly. Son of a bitch. He's like, all right, let's think about what I know and how we could deduce potentially where Rika could have gone to get the soy sauce and like who could have potentially gotten Rika and Satoko. Anyway, why aren't Shion and I being targeted? Like, motherfucker. Not once did you actually think about what you set out to think about. You are pissing me off so fucking much. I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, yo, Keiichi's gonna sit down, he's gonna think about, yo, what the information, the evidence that Reina's come forth with. He's gonna compare his own stuff. We're gonna get something. We're gonna get some clue, some detail, some lead to follow up on. And in the end, this scatterbrain fuck doesn't actually think of the fucking thing he sought out to think about at all and goes on a completely different track of thought and ultimately comes up with nothing because he still has no information because he's just asking the same questions he's been asking from the fucking start. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate this kid so fucking much, dude. I hate this kid so fucking much. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. Yeah, because that helps us figure out who fucking did it. And then put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They plan to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us.
前原君、昼休みは終わりであるぞ。教室に戻りなさい。
At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. I hate this child. There were a lot of parents picking up their children at school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went on, one left, then another, and in the end it was just Reina and me. I was supposed to escort Reina all the way to her house, but she declined.
本当にいいのか？一人じゃ不用心だぞ。
レナを送った後、一人で帰るケイチ君だって同じくらい不用心だよ。まだ明るいんだもの、大丈夫。
そうか。じゃあ気をつけてな。
That's the thing. For the same reason, Reina wanted to go all the way to Keiichi's house when they were going searching for Rika instead of meeting up. Like, I'm pretty sure Reina's very confident in her abilities to defend herself. And Keiichi just doesn't realize how well she's able to defend herself.
あれ？あれ、警察の人じゃないかな。
Reina pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. In front of that car came Oishi-san. Must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin.
レナはもう行きな。あいつに絡まれると長い。
して警察の人が圭一君に用があるんだろう。
Reina's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Riki-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth.
俺は犯人じゃない。
そんなの知ってるよ。
でも事件に何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
Reina simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty.
今度話すよ。
待ってるね。
じゃあ早く行きな。
Reina gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over.
どうもどうも。
前原さん。
おかえりなさい、前原さん。
どうも。
ご家族はお留守みたいですね。いやはや困っていたんですよ。
He came all the way to my house? I can only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they probably would be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そう、それは好都合です。親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. Seemed like he wanted me to get in the car.
警察に連行するんですか?
I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. Wouldn't be weird if he wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
いえ、立ち話もなんですから。車の中でお話ししようってだけ。さあ、どうぞ。
He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely.
ありゃ、冷えすぎます。切りましょうか。
Turned off the engine, and it suddenly became quiet. The voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first.
捜査の方は。
捜査？何のです？最近はいっぱいやりすぎて、どれのことやら。
全部です。
いいですよ。本当は報道管制の敷かれた秘密捜査なんですが、じゃあ最初の事件からいきます。
The freak deaths of Tomitake-san and Takano-san on the night of Watanagashi.
こっちはお恥ずかしいかな。さっぱり進展なしです。まずは富武さん、集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて異常な死に方の説明がつかないんです。何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
高野さんは
同じくさっぱりです。焼死死体は検視が非常に困難でして、首を絞められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ている。管轄が岐阜県さんでね。あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからってあんまり協力的じゃないの。これは関係ない話ですね。
So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably.
ですが、犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。高野さんの方はちょっとあやふやですが、富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に殺害され。
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで富武さんも同じように遠くへ運ぶ？
ありゃ、前原さん、あなたもちろん私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っています。他にもいくつか不審点はありますが、
村長さんの方は何か手がかりはありましたか？
Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me.
失踪された一日の足取りを調べ、手がかりになるようなものは見つかりませんでしたが、一応お話ししましょうか。
The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. Did I need to know that?
古い生まれの方って非常にプライドが高いんですよ。それで村長さん、誰にも内緒で獅子骨市内にある大学病院の肛門科に通われていたんです。失踪当日、村長さんは診察の予約が取ってあったんで、朝一で出かけられました。
Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment.
診察が終わったのはその後病院内のレストランで軽食を取られ雑誌を読みながら時間を潰されました。この辺りのことは自宅にあったお財布の中のレシートで分かってます。
There's nothing suspicious about all that.
その日は夕方から神社の集会場で会合の予定があったんです。それで余裕を持ってお帰りになるはずだったんですが、どうもそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、家に着いたのは会合の時間の直前でした。ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
会合ってのは何だったんですか？確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まってのもので、今年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
So then, on his way home, the old man, who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart.
あれ？
どうなさいました？
I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands, try and drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Yeah, it was something about how Shion had talked to the mayor that night. Oh, he said, oh. He was just supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare. While he was on the train, there was an accident and it delayed him. But what if what actually delayed him? I mean, there probably was an accident, but like, mayhaps he was actually delayed by his conversation with Shion? Something important. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. Or was it the night of... Shit, which night was it? Was it the night of the festival she told the mayor? The next morning where the incident spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital. Ate something. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maibara? It depends on what restaurant he ate at. No, he said no. Oh, she said he ate at the hospital food place or what the fuck ever. So did Shion lie? Shion led us into talking about the mayor. We didn't bring it up. She wanted to lead us into it. She said I had heard something about him disappearing, and she said that calmly. And when Keiichi outright confirmed it, that's when she got hysterical about it. Did Shion lie? Well, I confessed everything to the mayor and he's gone now. Did Shion somehow know about what Keiichi had done and said to Rika? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maibara? Ah.
ケイちゃん、
どうした？話せよ。俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ？
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに
I told him
打ち明
everything.
けたんです。村長さんに、私、誰かにそれを見られてて、私たち、
ああ、それで？
君吉のおじいちゃん、そして、にっこり笑って、しおちゃんがちゃんと反省して、本当に、笑いながら、任せなさい。
Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi Maibara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant...
前原さん、大丈夫ですか？やっぱり暑いんならクーラー入れます。
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. See, this is what I was saying at the beginning, right? Shion was trying to be an ally, right? But we couldn't be 100% sure that we could trust her, because we knew that she has had a history of lying to us and, being deceitful. So we couldn't be sure that we could trust her 100%. See, that's what I was questioning before. Like, how connected is Shion in her father's work? Now that we know that her father is a Yakuza member, and that, publicly on the surface, the Sonozaki family has disowned, the woman who went and married a Yakuza member, right? How connected is Shion in her father's business? In the way that we know Mion is deeply connected in the grandmother's business, how rooted is Shion in her father's own business? How much does she actually know? How involved is she? Because she said she spoke to him that night. So, if no one knew the man's schedule leading up to that point, if there was no way they could have met up during the day leading up to that moment, leading up to the assembly, at what point would have Shion had a moment to conversate with him? You could only then assume it would have been after someone had gotten him. Right? And that's assuming she actually talked to him at all. Right? That's assuming she actually talked to him at all. But because she said at night, that puts a hole in her story. How did you talk to him at night if you're not directly involved in what's happening? It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
前原さん、もしもし。
はい。
Oji-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってお返しに、今度は前原さん。
And Shion was like, hey, don't mention my name to the cops, though. Right? And that's the thing. Shion was like, I guess if you want to go tell the cops, it's fine. Like, I can't do it. Because, my family's involvement with the police. I can't go to the police. But, I guess if you want to tell them what you know, that's fine. Just don't bring my name up. Right? Just don't bring up my name. Just don't bring up anything I'm connected to, right? So sure, we're allowed to tell that we knew about the mayor's disappearance, but we can't bring up that Shion talked to her, right? Because that'd be mentioning Shion to the police. Even though the fact that Shion talking to him puts a hole in her story, makes her look more suspicious. We can't do that. I knew we couldn't trust her. I knew we couldn't trust her from the moment she fucked over Mion like that at the toy store. From the moment. I knew we couldn't trust her. I knew we could not trust her. I'm not saying Mion's entirely innocent in all this. I don't think she is. Especially from the way we saw Mion act, right, when we were left alone with her at Rika and Satoko's place. Mion's definitely not innocent. Definitely not innocent. However, Shion herself is also not innocent. Honestly, they're both probably working together. They're both more in cahoots than we think. And maybe they don't even realize it. Maybe they don't even realize the other's involvement. Or at least Mio doesn't realize how involved Shion is in her father's work. Right? And that's the thing. Maybe when we haven't seen Mion. We haven't seen Mion today. This whole time they've been trying to make Mion look very suspicious, right? Shion's trying to set Mion up to look suspicious. Rika is trying to set Mion up to look suspicious. I think even Oishi at some point was trying to set Mion up to look suspicious. But what if? But what if? Now that Mion didn't show up for school today, what if? What if this whole coup attempt that John Yakuza is making, what if it's being done to put his daughter in charge of things? The kid that he raised, right? The Yakuza daughter. Put her in charge of things so that he actually does have a hand in it. Because maybe he did try making moves on Mion and trying to influence her, and Mion said, nah, I'm gonna run this shit how my grandma taught me to run this shit. But Mr. Yakuza comes in and he swaps out one daughter for the other, right? He takes away the three leaders, right? So there's this power vacuum in Hinamizawa. They're gonna turn to the heiress to the Sonozaki name. And if he's managed to swap out the daughters, no one's gonna know any better. Because they look identical. They act identical. There's just very small mannerisms that set them apart. That only someone like Keiichi or someone like Reina would actually pick up on. And honestly, that not only is that probably why Rika got grabbed, but also Shion feeds us this lie about confessing to the mayor, trying to bait out a confession from Keiichi as if he confessed to someone. Right? She doesn't know if Keiichi has folded. She doesn't know if Keiichi has spilled the beans. But if she goes, oh my god, they must have got Kamayoshi because I spilled the beans to him, because I told him everything. Oh my god, it's all my fault. I told him everything. And then Keiichi goes, oh my god, I told someone. Oh my god, they're going to come for the person I told. And he's just feeding that information to Shion. And it was just very convenient for Shion because Rika was already a target in this, power grab, right? Oh no, they're taking the people we care about. So that's why when, or if, I should say, if Mion gets grabbed, Mion disappears, oh no. But then Shion comes in, right? Shion takes over Mion's mantle, right? Because like I said, we know they can talk the same, they can act the same, they look identical. It's only going to be those small mannerisms that set them apart. Those small little pieces that's going to be able to separate them, that Keiichi's going to be able to pick out, and the ever-observant Reina would be able to pick out. I feel like that's what it's going to come down to. Mion's going to come back to school. Mion, quotation mark, is going to come back to school the next day. I'm sure of it at this point. The question is it actually going to be Mion? Because right now, the way they're setting this all up, it really feels like Yakuza Daddy over here is trying to make moves to get power in Hinamizawa and take over the operations there. And he's trying to put his Yakuza daughter in the position to inherit everything over the daughter who's actually been learning the traditions of the village and inheriting things that way. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. It's all theories, baby. But at the end of the day, who's the best friend you can always trust? It's Reina. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think.
ほらほら、もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておき。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult
あ
smile.
の晩、あなたたち4人が次の日にはもう村の知る人は誰でも知る噂。それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、そこで何があったかなんです。忍び込んだ人間が次々と犠牲になるような。
何もなかったです。
As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore.
本当に何もなかったんです。だって現にこうして中に、しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長や、それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです。
I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore.
大昔に使った拷問道具が、それを高野さんたちと。
本当にそれだ。
本当に
口封じをされるような、例えば覚醒剤、消しの秘密工場が、あるいはソ連か中国、不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
There was nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but I feel like in a way there are plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密が、もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまし、信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら、いやもう、だから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかはなかったんですよ。
本当に古い錆びて埃をかぶった他に目立つものなんて。
では富武さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけど、あなただけが今日まで被害を免れてるんです。あなた以外は全員が消えたのに、あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に遭う。どんな違いがあったのか、それが知りたいんです。
There's something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone? You alone. What?
ちょっとあなただけがって。
ですから、あなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。西宮殿に忍び込んだコソ泥4人組の。
The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still...
あの晩に富武二郎さんと高野美代さんが死に、翌日園崎紫音さんが失踪しました。
Shion's in the village. Shion is in the village. Shion is in the village. Fuck. Fuck. Because he said, and that's why. That's why. She says, don't mention me to the police. Don't mention me to the police. Don't bring up my name. Don't mention that I've said anything. Because the official story is that she disappeared. Because they said Shion disappeared the next day. But the next day, even Oishi saw Shion. So it would have been the same night the mayor left. The mayor disappeared. So are we saying that Shion didn't return home that day after the library? After we ran into Oishi? Because it was later that night that Shion called us and told us about what happened to Tomitake and Takano. That was the next day. That was the day after the incidents happened. And that's the day that Oishi claims she disappeared. And that was the day Keiichi snapped at her and she ended up hanging up on us. But then the next day, which would have been yesterday when Rika disappeared. No, it was that night. The next night. Which was the night that Rika disappeared. That's why Keiichi jumped off the phone and immediately went to call Rika. So yeah, just last night, Shion called us. Oh. But was it Shion? That's the thing I was saying. When he picked up the phone, when he answered the phone, he said, "Is this Shion or Mion?" And I said, don't lead with that question. Ask who it is. But were we already duped from the jump? So now either Shion's in on it, or it's Mion who's been pretending to be Shion, trying to get info out of Keiichi. And that's why Mion didn't press him any further when she asked, so why did you decide to call Rika? He's like, just a gut feeling. Just a bad feeling I had. I would have called the rest of you too. See, that's the thing. I knew this would have to happen with twins. I knew this would have to happen. At one point, one of them is going to leave, and that leaves just one of them, but we don't know which one it is. Because we believe we've been talking to both of them. We've been talking to both of them. We've been having the phone calls with Shion, but also we've seen Mion at school and the night when we went looking for Rika. But the one we've only seen is Mion. But looks aren't enough. Looks aren't enough. Because that's the thing. I feel like both theories kind of hold weight. If it was Shion being planted in Hinamizawa on behalf of her father to as a power play, I could see that. But that's the thing. Mion's mannerisms seemed very much like Mion. Right down to her calling herself the old man, right? She even said that when we were investigating Rika's apartment. So I feel like the more likely thing is that Shion got And I feel like if it was Mion pretending to be Shion, on the phone, she makes up that fake story about confessing to Kamiyoshi so that she can try to bait out if Keiichi has talked to anyone else. But that's the thing, it happened so quickly. She tried to bait out whether or not, whoever it was, whether it was Shion or Mion, clearly they lied about talking to the mayor, and they were trying to bait out whether or not Keiichi had told anyone else. But the thing is, by the time they would have gotten that information out of Keiichi, they would have already gotten Rika. Because as Reina proposed, them leaving the house would have had to have happened around 7 o'clock at night. It would have happened to have around, at least that would have been around the time Rika would have left. Right? And then Satoko would have followed not too long after. After Rika didn't come back after a certain amount of time, Satoko would have followed after. But Keiichi didn't mention Rika in their phone call until the very end of the phone call, which we know happened around 11, because he goes downstairs to make the phone call and his mom's like, Keiichi, do you not realize what hour it is? And Keiichi's like, fuck, it is like 11 o'clock. She might be asleep, yada, yada, yada. So whoever it was had already grabbed Rika. Meaning Rika herself was probably already a target. She was probably already a target. And that's why she looked so sad and disheveled after the mayor disappeared, because she probably realized she was next. Rika herself was already a target, and it's really just coincidence that Keiichi had told Rika. Honestly, I could believe that. It's just coincidence that Keiichi had told Rika, and they had already grabbed Rika as part of a play to get rid of, the other leaders of the big families. So I think that's just coincidence. That's just coincidence that the person Keiichi happened to tell was Rika and they had already grabbed her, right? That in and of itself is coincidence. The question being, which sister are we talking to? Did Mion, knowing that Shion got in there, get Shion taken out? Or is Shion trying to take over Mion's place as a part of a bigger ploy? I feel like both theories work. It's just that right now I truly don't know which one it is. I feel more so like it's Mion, and she's trying to get information out of Keiichi by being Shion, because Keiichi still has not seen Shion. We have not made visual... We haven't had a visual of Shion since the day at the library that Oishi claims that she disappeared.
Anata dake ga 無事に今日までを過ごしてるんです。なぜあなただけ？私はそれが知りたいと言ってるんです。
シオンがそんなバカな。
I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Or a third theory, I hadn't thought about it, but it's very possible, is Oishi just lying to us? Is Oishi just lying to us to get information about Shion? Because cops will do that. Cops will intentionally lie to you to try to get you to open up about something. That is nothing new. That is something cops have done in the past. That is something cops still do to this day. That is why, like, here in America, the Fifth Amendment exists. To where you can be like, I'm not saying anything more. I will not speak without my lawyer present, right? I waive my, I invoke my right to remain silent. Because cops will intentionally play dirty just with false information to try to get confession out of you. They will do that on purpose. And like I said, we truly can't even trust Oishi. He's clearly got his own motives. He's not looking out for us. Like, even in chapter 1, he was never truly looking out for us, and we knew that. But I still believed he was concerned with, like, the goings on in the village and trying to get to the bottom of that. Now I'm not entirely sure, right? And already my gut instinct is never trust a cop, but... Fuck. Now I'm even more like, I don't know who to trust. I don't think I can trust anyone except Reina at the end of the day. Reina's the only one we can trust because I feel like Reina's the only one who truly gives a fuck. It's more so I can't decide what theory I truly believe. And that's the thing. Oishi lying to us to get one of the other two theories involving the twins could still be true. And Oishi lying to us to get something out of us could also be true as well. Fuck. Tomitaka-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about?
特にご存知だったと。
そんなのは初めシオンが失踪した。
遡ると綿流しの次の日に失踪していたことになります。
Going back a bit. Stop saying stuff I don't understand.
園崎シオンさんはその日の気分で親類の家を泊まり歩いたりしますので、所在不明が当たり前なんですよ。学校も気分一つでよく休みますしね。
She spends the nights at relatives' houses. However, she tells us things based on, oh, I overheard a phone call from my dad, which would imply that she was staying at the main house. Or at her family's main house, anyway.
先生も困り果ててました。
そんなことは聞いてない。シオンはいつ失踪したかって聞いてる。
ですから、綿流しの次の日です。
The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared. Then, that night, that call, that phone call. Who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on, not be erased. Yes, it should have been a phone call with Shion. Shion.
学校は平気で休むし、それを自宅に知らせても取り合ってもらえないから、そんなこんなで。彼女が失踪したことに気づくのに、だいぶ時間がかかったんですよ。
I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back, began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well.
ほら、綿流しの次の日に、あの時シオンさんもいましたよね。あれが最後の目撃なんです。あの後、彼女の所在は確認されてないんです。
そんなバカな。
That day, Oichi-san had caught only me, and Shion batted away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night?
エンジェルモートっていうあの日から無断欠勤。今日に至るまで全てを無断欠勤して、お店の人も連絡を取ろうにも取れず。
そんなバカな。
状況証拠だけで図書館でお別れしてからバイト先に向かう。この間に失踪したと考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
Right after Shion ran away without me.
ご存知なかったみたいですね。
So, if we believe the theory that Shion was actually kidnapped on orders from the main house in Hinamizawa, Mayhaps both her and Keiichi were supposed to have got that day. However, Oishi stuck around to talk to Keiichi, and that's what saved him. Right? Or Shion goes into hiding wherever she is. I believe, following that theory, she's somewhere in the village and has taken Mion's spot. Right? And she's lying, and that is her calling Keiichi, but she's lying to him about it. The problem is that Mion seems like Mion. But that doesn't mean Shion would be able to copy her mannerisms, right? Damn.
なら、先に話せばもっと話が早かったかな。もう、これでご理解いただけたでしょう。あとは、あなただけなんです。あなただけが、西宮殿に忍び込んだ4人の生き残りなんです。
It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Listen, bro. I know Shion said don't mention my name to the police. I know she said that. Throw him a bone. Fuck it. What more do we have to lose at this point? Maybe the cops are corrupt. Maybe we're just fucking ourselves over. But I really feel like we're fucked regardless. So at this point, just tell him. Just fucking tell him. But I spoke to Shion on the phone that night and last night. I've spoken to her 2 nights in a row after the time you say she was kidnapped. Throw him that bone. See what reaction you get. See what happens. Fuck it. Because if Oishi is right and you're the only one left, what the fuck have you got to lose at this point? Rika and Satoko are already fucking gone. What more do you have left to lose? Huh? See, the problem is the possibility that Oishi's fucking with you. That is the big issue. That is the problem. We don't know if Oishi is fucking with us. We don't know if he's feeding us false information to try to get us a confession out of us. We don't know that. Fuck.
次に何か起こると、前原さん、どうかご理解を。
It can't be. Can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She's going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion.
シオンさんはとっくに次はあなたなんですよ。
Then who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights?
そんな、わかんない。
And you're not even gonna fucking say anything, you pussy. I mean, I guess on one hand I get it. He's gonna wait for the phone call tonight to like confront him. I could see that being the case. I'll give him that much. I could see that being the case. You wait until you get the phone call, and then you confront him, right? Maybe you can't trust the cops, which you can't. They're cops. But maybe that's the thing. He realizes he's got nothing left to lose at this point. So he's gonna get the call. Hi, this is Shion. So he confronts her. Are you Shion? Oh yeah, I'm Shion. Where are you? Well, I'm at home. Really? Because the police told me you've been abducted already. That you were abducted before you even called me the first night. So tell me, who is this? Is this Shion? If so, where are you? If you're not Shion, why are you pretending to be Shion? Yo, you go down the whole line of questioning. But put the cards on the fucking table, right? I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. Couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared, would she still call me? Where were they calling from and who were they? Also, did Oishi just let you out after that? You scream in the back of his car like, "No, she can't have disappeared. It can't be true. I need to go home." He's just like, "Oh, yeah, okay." He just fucking let you out after that? I can't believe, I just really can't believe he'd just be like, "Oh." Like maybe he'd be like, "Oh, you seem really distressed. I'm probably not gonna get anything out of you. But you know what? How about you just go relax at home?" Like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I'd been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maibara. Oishi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot. Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi didn't know about and have been there ever since? True. Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. Except if that were true, she still lied to you. Because she said she overheard her father's conversation that the mayor had disappeared. Which means that phone call, had that been actually Shion at a relative's, means she lied to you. Because then there's no way, if she were just staying at another relative's place, that she would have overheard it from her father. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he'd labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. I know I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That's been like an incredibly absurd thing to do. The person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, and that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say, and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor, the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice couldn't be that easy to replicate. Oh, come the fuck on, Keiichi. There's only one goddamn person who could replicate her. That was definitely Shion's voice. Sounded just like her. Could have only been Shion. Unless... there was someone though, wasn't there? There we go. Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Who else could have... Why though? Why would Mion... Thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family I had heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It'd be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. 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 Yep. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she'd been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course that couldn't be. A living being was calling me pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet as though she were alive and well. The phone continued its incessant ringing. I Didn't want to pick it up if I didn't have to. I just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? No, that'd be fucking stupid. Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? Yes! Fucking duh!
それが一番安全かもしれないよな。
Huh, should I play this like a dipshit or try to, use some form of, wit and tactic in it? I don't know, bud. What I was most afraid of was what the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitaki-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Riki-chan and Satoko? Hey, maybe answer the phone first. I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know. Too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Duh! Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi.
もしもし。
Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
あ、ケイちゃんですか？私です。シオンです。
My momentary, convenient, and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this.
電話、なかなか出なかったんで、お留守かと思って切ろうとし
ああ、ちょっとその。
それでも、ご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？ひょっとして、ケイちゃんの家、今ご両親はお留守なんですか？
I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one in my
いや
house.
別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより聞いたか？リカちゃんとサトコの件。
いえ、結局あの後どうな見つかったんですか？
ああ、見つからなかった。
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect to Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Calm down, Keiichi. Ask her if she's heard anything new. Get whatever information you can out of her. You just gotta ask her, has there been anything new on your end?
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
はい、それは間違いないでしょうね。
Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold. Their weight astonished me. Then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words.
リカちゃんとサトコは、村長さんはまだ生きてるんだろうか？
What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question, a terrifying response, in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor...
殺されちゃったんだと思います。
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
人間をさらって、その状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
Wow, you're talking very plain about this. Not really emotional at all. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes rolled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly?
殺しちゃうって人の命を。
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、多分そうではないかと。
If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, they couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't. They couldn't kill them so readily.
リカちゃまとサトコちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょうね。
Those were the words I wanted to hear the least. I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything. Still, I still couldn't help but scream. This time, the tears flowed. I've been confronted with the most horrific outcome I've been trying to avoid considering ever since last night. And I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I just wish this kid knew how to keep his composure. You know, I get it. He's a teen. All right, I get it. But at the same time, you're very aware that you're talking to someone who has been lying to you in some capacity. This is a very important thing to consider. All right? Yes, she just said that, oh, yeah, Rika and Satsuko are probably dead. Probably got killed. And you know what? Maybe after you hang up the phone, that's when you let the emotions out. That's when you scream, you cry, you let it all out. There's no problem with feeling the emotions. But hey, we're supposed to be getting to the bottom of who the fuck is on the other end of this phone call. We're supposed to be getting like some information out of them. Like, think for a moment that maybe they are saying this to you so you don't actually fucking consider who you're talking to. Consider that. They so heartlessly spoke about the mayor dying, even though they were very emotional about it just the day before, right? And they just so coldly go, oh yeah, he's probably dead. Probably got killed. That should be raising alarm bells. And then when they repeat the same thing about Rika and Satoko, you shouldn't be going, oh, fuck, it is the truth, isn't it? Fuck, they're gone. You should be going, how are you so calm about this? How are you saying things with such a straight face? That should be, that should be your instinct. Not to just accept everything you hear as fact. God damn it. That's such a problem with this dipshit too. That's why Shion's able to play him at every fucking turn, right? Even in the most minor ways. Since the fucking jump, Shion has been able to play this fucking kid like a goddamn fiddle because he just accepts everything at face value. Everything she says as truth. Doesn't question a fucking word out of her mouth. Can't fucking think for himself once. Someone says this is the truth and he goes, fuck, you're right, that's the truth. Damn it. Because he genuinely, this fucking breakdown right now, honestly, to me, feels unwarranted. Genuinely. If we're going into this phone call thinking we can't trust this person on the other end because we genuinely don't know who they are, what their goals are, why should we accept anything they say is the truth? So when they say something like, oh yeah, the mayor's probably dead, Rika and Satoko are probably dead, why should we accept that as true? Like, yes, in a sense, giving them this reaction, allowing ourselves to have this reaction, lets them think, still gives them the feeling that we still believe they are who they say they are, that we're not questioning their statements because we're having this big of a reaction. But fucking A. I know that Keiichi is not doing this as an act. I know he's not putting on an act. He's genuinely just believing these words at face value. Which is so fucking dumb. I get it. He's emotional. He's shook up. Everything that Oishi's dropped on him just now, like, I get it. He's very nervous. He's got a lot of nerves. He's very anxious. I get this. But at the same time, like I said, you're going into this thinking whoever has been calling me has been lying to me in some capacity. If it is actually Shion, she's been lying to me about some things. If it's Mion pretending to be Shion, then she's been lying about being Shion and about the information she's been giving me. Or maybe the information she's been giving me hasn't been a lie. She's just been lying about who she is and how she's gotten the information, right? Either way, we're being lied to. That's the one thing we know going into this goddamn phone call. That's the one thing we know is that we've been being lied to. So why the fuck are you trusting any goddamn words out of this person's mouth? Why are you reacting in such a strong way to what could be a fucking lie? We don't know if it's true or not. For all I know, they're right. But it could also just be an outright lie. Whoever this is on the phone, whoever it is, whether it's Shion or Mion, has lied to us already. Has already given us lies. Oh my god, you dense fuck. I killed them. And that is another thing. This kid is so self-centered. So fucking self-centered. It always goes back to him. He can never think, he very rarely can think outside of himself. He's screaming that they're dead because, oh my god, look what I've done. This is all my fault. Fuck me, 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 me. It's why Reina snapped at him like, Keiichi, that night when last night when they go looking for Rika and Satoko. She's like, Keiichi, think about more than yourself. You wanted to like leave your house right away and meet up with me because that'd be faster. Like, if people are disappearing, let your parents know where you're going so that if you disappear, your parents know what happened. God damn it. And that's been the case from this jump. The kid always thinks about himself. He loves to think about himself. And that's always what blinds him to anything else that's going on. Is because he's only thinking about himself and what's gonna happen to himself and his role in anything. And he's never thinking outside the box as to what other people are doing. It is so fucking irritating, dude. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still, I cried. And cried. Rika-chan and Satsuko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. Yeah, up, you hear that? You hear that, Keiichi? They're gonna target you and her. But didn't she already get targeted? Snap in, snap back, boy. Snap back. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. Yes, this Shion killed them. Yes, come on, let's start thinking. Also, we don't know that this Shion is the person behind killing them, but we do know that there's someone who's been lying to us. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Okay, no. God fucking damn it. Fucking Christ, Keiichi. That's the thing. Maybe you're right. Maybe this person did kill them. I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm not saying that's not the case. But to go in thinking there's no way it could have been anyone else that had to be this person on the phone is fucking stupid. God damn it. Oh, fuck. You give me a headache, kid. Why?
どうしてだよ、どうして。人を去ったあたりだかなんだか知らないが、人の命ってのはそんなに安いのかよ。あっさり消したり殺したり。
全くです。悪魔ですよね。
I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment.
教えてくれ。どうしてこのひなみ沢では綿流しの
それは私
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったのに どうしてまだ語り足りないんだ。どうしてだよ。理由があるなら言ってみろよ。
I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. Because they're not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying.
ダム闘争はとっくなのに毎年お社様のたたりという名の殺人。なぜ？どうしてなんですか？全然関係ない人もいた。たたられる。どうして？
それを俺が。
それを私だって知りたいんですよ。
Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone.
お社様のたたりなんて非現ケイちゃんの言う通り。村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。奴らは狡猾たたりを都合よく利用して村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。
Oh, we're doing the old Bond villain moment? Are you telling me the whole plan?
そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたち。
じゃあ2人で十分。どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコ。それに俺はリカちゃんとサトコがなぜどうしてなんだ。サトコには打ち上げです。どうしてサトコ。どうしてなんだ。
A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while. A sob. It's Mion. Because Mion didn't want to do it. She didn't want to lose her friends. She's actually genuinely torn up that Rika and Satoko had to go. Was Shion crying?
私だって何が何だ。最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
あの晩高野さんたちが死んだと聞き耳を疑いました。
That or she's a good actress. That's the thing. Either she's really good with the actress. Good with the actress? Good with acting. And she knows like the right time to turn on the waterworks. But if it is Mion pretending to be Shion, I could absolutely see why bringing up Satoko and how she didn't deserve it in the slightest, how she wasn't connected to any of this, could absolutely get Mion to start crying. Because, of course, she wouldn't have wanted anything to happen to Satoko either. I honestly will know. Because Mion said that Satoko was a cursed child, right? That is true. When Mion went evil mode, she brought up the fact that Satoko was a cursed child. And that it was Satoko's fault that Rika was gone. So maybe she did. So maybe it's not so much Satoko. I could still see her being torn up about Rika though. Maybe. But if it is truly Shion calling us, but she's covering something up, she's lying about something, she could also be very heartbroken about what's going on. Even if she is directly involved, she could still feel remorseful about what is happening. I could believe that.
そしてすぐに気づいたんです。今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。忍び込んだのは私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけが。そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったかケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
だから私君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。私は
Kimiyoshi.
みんなが入ってはいけないという最後殿にいけないことだとは分かっていましたが、 本当に面白半分な気持ち。ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。
Come on, Keiichi. Now it's time for that follow-up question. Parker with it. When did you talk to him? You said it was at night. When did you talk to him?
一緒に入った高野さんたちは
Since she brought it up, she brought up her conversation with the mayor.
それもあんなむごい最後。
Call her out. At this point, what do you have left to lose? Call her out. Maybe not directly, but like I said, follow up with like, when you talked to the mayor, what time was it?
あの日からいつ私も襲われるのではないかと。
See, she's still acting like she hasn't disappeared.
君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、君吉のおじいちゃん、そしてにっこり笑って本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I did let my emotions take over and go off. Did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. Should have been my one and only comrade. Keiichi? My heart pounded. Keiichi? My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me. Don't forget, Keiichi Maibara. Yeah, see, this is me. This is me talking to Keiichi. I'm in your head right now. I'm the other you saying, hey, use your fucking brains, dipshit. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning of after Watanagashi. He was told Takano-san Tomitaki-san's death over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said. Yes. Yes.
いつ村長に打ちごめんな。悲しい気持ちのところにシオンは君吉のおじいちゃん。
はい。
いつ
Eh? I'd begun to get scared of saying it out loud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, I wanted Shion to explain it to me.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて。
ケイちゃん、それが。
答えてくれ。知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
There was a momentary silence. Then after stammering a few times, she replied.
だったのは知って座る時とか辛そうでしたか。
病院に通ってたんだ。どこの病院かは。
ごめんなさい。それはでもケイちゃん、それが一体何の。
Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to, so she couldn't have met him at the hospital. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans.
担当直入に聞きシオンはどこで大雑把でいいから教えて。
ケイちゃん、なんでそんなこと。
Why are you asking that, Kei-chan? Oh, I don't know. Her sob pierced in my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion.
ありえないんだよ。村長が失踪し朝から消えるまでシオンには接触できる機会は。村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ。シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。だから帰ってくるまで。そうだろう。帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅、つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. A sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it.
シオンも一緒にそして会合の席上でここで打ち明けなきゃ。もう時間が。村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response.
あの日シオンが行くともっと端的に言おう。君は俺と一緒に行った図書館以降。
ケイち
その崎渡流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
The other end fell silent as the grave. So quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. Couldn't sense anyone there.
大石さんは君でもシオンはこうして毎晩
Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, pretty sure I haven't said anything
頼
wrong.
むシオン俺が言ったことが間違ってシオンシオンもしあったとしたなら
If Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant...
村長が会合をすなわち失踪する直前
Yep, I knew that's where it was going. I knew the hiccups were gonna turn into laughter. I fucking knew it. I was just waiting for it. Beep beep went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Lock your fucking doors and windows, my guy. Lock your fucking doors and windows. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, we got notes. We got tips. Let's go. Show me the next. And that's the thing. We pressed her on it, but we still don't know the truth as to which one she is. We still don't know the truth. Scrapbook 11. Takano, please shed some light for me. I need it. The problem with twins. Oh, fuck. I already know the problem with twins. You ain't gotta tell me that one. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Onigafuchi village, especially, the three families detested giving birth to twins as successors. Oh. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the three families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife from things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both the Sonozaki family's successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin, Shion, are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryo, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as their heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the two of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the two of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there's apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Orio's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir, Mion. Well, that's the thing. If Shion's connected to the Yakuza, she could easily get a tattoo as well. I really want to see her back. At the Suzu Mahjong Parlor. Oishi said he was gonna go talk to some other officers over at Mahjong Parlor.
あんりゃ、クラちゃん、あんたが一番遅いよ。若い人はみんな揃ってる。
じゃあお母さん、すみませんね。
Oishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the Mahjong Parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
おいさん、お疲れ様っす。
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか？
Everyone's sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere.
皆さん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
They spelled tobacco wrong in the background. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment.
状況は芳しくありません。所長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。近日中に高野殺しは岐阜県警に譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活課に委ねるようです。
That damn upstart chief. The veterans in the room cursed him.
請求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。 いやいや困ったもんです。ちなみに私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。いや、そういうのも悪くないですね。
You heard a few dry laughs. Wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could
い
do.
つもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ています。車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。事件なら、クマちゃん、図面を。
Kumagai flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
私もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信があるつもりですがね。退職金が欲しい方は、私が10数える間に席を外してください。
Oishi began to count to 10. Everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
10! ああ、誰も出てかないよ。皆さん、ご家族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
Everybody laughed uproariously, cheering things up.
各自、手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と資格を叩き込んでください。クマちゃんは指揮者で待機。非常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。小宮山君は突入 A 班、敦君は突入 B 班を指揮。監視班は1から8まで所定の位置で監視を。ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを厳守。秘書に怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。さて、待機中の班が一番大仕事ですよ。課長に私の所在を聞かれたらとぼけてください。ゲストのエスコート役は私がやります。きっと会場へ連れて行きますので、皆さん気長に待っててください。
落ちるっすかね、前原圭一は。
私の見たところじゃ、明日明後日には行けそうですよ。
Interesting. Interesting. That's all the tips for Watanagashi. Damn, so that means I gotta be like right at the end too. Fuck!
Keiichi.
So I gotta stop and think, like... They had a map of the Sonozaki residence, but he said he was going to bring Keiichi? He's escorting our guest and bring them to the venue. Does that mean the Sonozaki residence? Hmm. So they talk about having command cars. They talk about infiltration teams, being on standby. But escorting Keiichi to the venue. Oh, I don't know what to think about that. Because that's what part of me was thinking after the end of chapter 1 is that, like, Oishi has a deeper connection than we realize to what's going on. Fuck. That's the thing with Oishi. I genuinely can't tell if he's actually trying to crack the fucking case open on, the Watanagashi murders, or if he's actually in on it in some capacity. I just don't know. But that's the thing, if he was... That's the thing, if he was in on it, why would he have such, why would there be so much tension between him and Mion? Are the roles actually reversed? That's a wild theory to throw out at this point. No, that can't be. No, that can't be, because whether it was Mion or Shion, one of those green-haired girls at the end of chapter 1 tried to inject Keiichi with the same drug they got Tomitake with. So there's no way that like actually the police are helping the government officials carry this out, but Mion's trying to like help out. No, that can't be. That can't be. Unless that was Shion, but I don't think so. I don't know. There's so much to think about. But I'm pretty sure we're in the end game. But as you just saw, I had to save there. I have to wrap it up here for today. If I'm lucky, I might just be able to finish this chapter up tomorrow. That's entirely dependent on how if I manage to wake up on time. But like I said, I'm going to have to wrap this one up here for today. But goddamn, I'm looking forward to seeing how this all comes to a close. Because I've seen all the tips. I got the achievement that says I've seen all the tips, which means we gotta be in the end game. We gotta be in the end game. There can't be much time left. And that's kind of what Oishi was saying. He's like, 1 or 2 days, and we're there. Whatever this grand finale is, 1 or 2 days. Oh, I'm excited. But yeah, enough rambling. Like I said, I have to wrap this one up here for today. So thank you to anyone watching. It's all much appreciated. And hopefully I'll see y'all in the next one. Till then, peace.